Hello, good afternoon, welcome. Okay, so plan today. We're going to start off with getting the first part of Vana'diel done. If we come on over to this list here, there's two more things that we want to get done in the 1.7.1 patch series. Obviously, Echoes of Vana'diel being the first one. The other thing is I want to get this set of quests done as well, because we have it unlocked. We may as well get it done while it's technically current tier. We're going to save Hildeband until everything else is done, so we're not going to bother starting that at the minute, and we should have done everything else on here other than the custom deliveries. If we look like we're running out of time, but we still have some time left, I may go and grab both of these to get them unlocked, but I'm not in any hurry. Once we've got the Alliance VoD done and that mission done, we're on to patch 7.2, so we'll start the MSQ. We're not going to have the time to get into cruise weight, and we actually can't start it yet because our item level is currently 710, and I don't have any kind of materials I would need to get myself up a little bit higher, given the fact that what would it be? It'd be 720, 730. The raid gear you can buy with tomestones, you can't currently buy anymore. It's been replaced with the two later tiers. So I'd need to buy those with tomes, and I've been using my dailies to do other things, so as it stands, I don't have the tomes. Hopefully by tomorrow that'll be sorted, but we'll see where we are. I noticed that the relic weapon starts here. It's going to be a problem for later, one way or the other. I do want to get at least one relic weapon done, but I was kind of going to wait for the end of or once we got through all of the expansion content to make a start on it. And because I know relic weapons will be BIS, I'm disinclined to replace the weapon that I have, which means I will be running with a under-leveled weapon, so I will need to make sure that the rest of my gear is up to snuff, because my damage is going to suffer from it, particularly in the later stage of things, given that the largest portion of your damage comes from the physical damage number in your weapon. Now, I was hoping, I couldn't find it, I was hoping I could swap this out, because when I think they go from, it might be 7.1 to 7.2, or it could be, I can't remember which patch it's in, but they do allow you to trade in crafted gear to get a higher item level version of it. I think it costs some tomes to do, but I couldn't find the place to do that. Let me just have a quick look. The person we want to talk to is right there. This will be in Solution 9 one way or another. There is one set of people I didn't check. I didn't check the script vendors while I was over here. I am hoping that we can get slightly higher item level gear from the Raid series, and we can get at least one piece from it. There's Rowena. Token exchange? No, I think they're for things like the totems. Oh no, here it is. Everkeep Rain. Okay, yeah, we can actually do this now. We use that to trade it in. Rain exchange. Ah, blast. Well, the options here if we need it. The only thing we need to do is increase our item level. So it may be better just to do the cheaper ones, because we could do 2 of these. But not a problem for the day, problem for later. At least we know we can still do that. But yeah, I was looking at the Tomestone exchange and I couldn't see the previous tier. There's the current tier in here. Can't see the previous, or rather the current 2 tiers, last tier and the current tier. So I couldn't see the tier beforehand, which would have been useful. That's fine. If we really need to, I can run some dailies or do something to cap out my tomestones. I find a hunt channel, go do the hunt a few times. That'll get me the tomes I need. Okay. But yeah, doesn't matter for today. Hopefully we can get some. There'll need to be 720 gear, if not higher. I actually have some 720 gear. I must have bought some. While lightweight or light heavyweight tier was current. I know that I stopped playing not too long after Savage came out. which would have given me enough time to buy these. Or stockpile the tomes to buy these at least. With the view that I'd need to replace them with these later. Anyway. Again, irrelevant for today. This Hibigo messenger is looking for a well-travelled adventurer. Say, aren't you Nathan? That certainly saved me a lot of trouble. I was asked to find you on behalf of Milja. Milja? Curious happenings abound in Mamook of late, and we thought one of your worldly experience might be able to help us make sense of things. If you have the time and inclination to aid us, she's waiting you in Mamook. You'll find her west of the plaza, in the large building near the two-headed statue. Mamook. West. Large building. Two-headed statue over there. It is on the map, so it's not necessary to have figured this out. Thank you for coming. Truth be told, I was unsure if I was right to call on you, but the troubles we now face cannot be overcome with our strength alone. It all began when we found a fallen traveller in the Sky Deep Cenote. For a mercy, his wounds were not life-threatening. His kind is not a common sight in these lands. Tall and slender of build, but with pointy ears. He is yet to awaken, but speaks in his sleep of strange things that make little sense to us. I should note I have never played Final Fantasy XI. It was our hope that you might recognize something in his ramblings, or perhaps even jog his memory once he regains consciousness. Might you be willing to speak with him? Mimilja, the traveller stirs. Very good. If you'd be so kind as to bring him here. We are glad to see you awake, and in good health besides. May I ask your name, traveller? My name? I'm sorry, I can't remember. It would seem the fall has affected his memory. In any case, his presence here is a complete mystery to us. His armor is the only hint as to where he came, as to whence he came. Does anything about him strike you as out of the ordinary? You look like your typical adventurer to me. Not much difference than any other Elezen I've met. Or would that be Elodite? Oh, Elodite. Elezen, Elodite? No, that's not quite right. I remember. I'm an Elvian adventurer. And you're Mamulja. Could it be I've come to Mook? Wait, if I'm in Mamook, then I must have been taken prisoner. To so readily believe as enemies, perhaps he comes from a land unfamiliar to our customs, across the silt. He can't be from Eorzea. Eorzea have made peace with the Mamook over there. Maybe he came from Alexandria? But we've not seen any... No, they're the only surviving members of their shard. They wouldn't think that the... Well, even then, they had... Their king was... Mamook. Or from Mamook. Mulja. I'm not so sure. We've no way to know for certain. In which case... Namilja, we must gather our strongest fighters at once. Why? What's happened? Galujaja's shade has returned. It's been sighted near the Gorkdrak descent. Brookjaja has engaged the apparition, but I fear the worst. The vow of a soul's companion, from the feet of the Brotherhood. I suspect you would understand the graveness of the situation better than most. In recent days, the late Dawn Servant's shade has been seen wandering the woods of Yuktil. I have reason to believe it was invoked in like manner to the one used in the feat. Only a privileged few of the Boniwa should be privileged to the knowledge required to perform the rite. The culprit will be found in time, but we've a more pressing matter at hand. I must hurry and inform the Landsguard. Rook Jar Jar requires reinforcements. The Dawn Servant's shade. I fear he may not hold out until the guard assembles. I am loath to ask such a favour, but would you aid Rook Jar Jar in this battle? Gladly. I'm in your debt. Gukdrak descent is west of here. Please go and help my son. Glujaja. We best get over there quick like. Yeah! I feel very weird having to voice out screams of one description or another. Pathetic. And you dare call yourself blessed, siblings. Not bad. You might prove or you might actually prove a challenge. If you come to help, best stay on your guard. He's not alone. Them some big gloves. What's this? Another monster in need of slaying? Don't worry, I'll send them packing. Here I go. Another fighting dropkick. Oh no, you don't. I can't explain why, but something told me I had to be here. Heh, not bad at all. But it'll take more than a couple of taruri to stop me. Taruri, are you daft, girl? You can speak. A shame you don't seem to have any manners. The name's Pishi. You do well to remember it. Pishi. Haha, looks like I win. One Tarus down, one to go. I hope you're ready. Yee, at ease, Prishi. We have seen to our task. Come. Whatever you say, Ulamai? Umai, what is she talking about? Pishi, wait, please, don't go. I'm guessing word of the Dawn Servant's shade is what brought you here. I don't know what what's that girl has to do with it, all this, but she's clearly aligned with whoever summoned them. The way remains open, though there's no telling where it leads. Even so, they cannot be allowed to return. We've a duty to protect this forest, and I'll not see it torn apart by some two-headed imposter. Let's hurry after them, brother. Watch over that one, won't you? Prishi, what's happened to you? Everything's still hazy, but I recall fighting alongside that girl. We were comrades in arms, I think. But something was clearly wrong with her. She not only mistook me for a monster, but she called her two-headed companions Ulmaya. The Ulmaya I know is an elven woman, a far cry from a reptilian fiend we encountered. Something dark has taken hold of her, clouded her mind. I have to go and... Gah! Hey, you're not going anywhere with those wounds. Yeah, you're in no condition to fight. But she needs me. You would go in my stead? I know not how to thank you. I recognize that look. The eyes of a man... Sorry. The eyes of a man who sees more or who's seen more than their fair share of battle. Despite what Prishi has done, she was a dear friend to me. I'm fairly certain. Have care, friend. There's no telling what lies beyond that portal. That did not take long to get into this. So the reason I sniggered when he said, "You've the eyes of somebody," I'm wearing a fucking mask. No one can see my eyes. And even then, from his angle, he wouldn't be able to see my eyes even if I was looking directly at him because this hood comes down over the eyes. Oh well. Okay, so I think it already unlocked it, so we just need to queue. Queue will take 8 minutes. Anything we can do in the meantime? I've already done most of my dailies. I could go grab some hunts. They won't get us tomes, but we can put a few more levels into... where is the hunt board? I want to say it's down there. Put a few more levels into the minute white mage. I'm getting all of these up to level 91 so I can cycle out the level 80 gear. And then I'm doing the same with these. Market board. There's the hunt board. Just grab them all. See, they function the same way as the other dailies, so long as we do them before next reset, not the one coming up. Then it's all good. Advanced, intermediate, beginner. What these are supposed to mark the location of the hunts? Now. the coyotes. We need 2 of them. Next, ridge tap. Over that end. Any nearby? There's another one that's nearby here. Might be further this way. I will eventually learn to remember or memorize where all of these are. Do you think this is technically... No, we're over here now. So, that being the case, they must be down this way. There, what we're looking for. Oh, we only need one of these. How much experience is that relative to my level? $447. And there's somewhere around about... Is it less than 5? Or less than 5%? We do want to be on the other side. Half would be closer to 6 point. It's somewhere around about 3-4% per one of these we do. Queue time's gone up to 15 minutes. It ain't great experience, but it's not terrible experience. I should check the advanced because the advanced sometimes is spanning all the areas. There's none in this area for advanced though. So the next one, blowflies in the cave there. 17 minutes, the queue now says. I could swap to healer. Our healer does have good enough gear. I'd have to drop out of the queue and re-queue as healer though. But I am allowed to practice. I think I'd rather go in as a DPS first time round regardless. So I am not as liable to get everyone else killed. How many do we need? 3. And then after this one, we have a wasp. Wasp is down there. What about the one from the advance? That one's nearer. We need one of these birds of Leaky Alley. And the wasps. One wasp. One of each. Somewhere around here, you look like what I'm looking for. I'm curious. If we go 15 times 447552. Okay. The entirety of all of these will give us half a level. And they don't take that long to go through, so I do remember now why I always considered them worth doing. It wasn't for the sacks of nut. They are actually not bad experience. There they are. Okay, next we have... Never mind. Bingerly. We should probably consume food. Although food will probably not last the entire thing. We are in C by the looks of it, I assume. Think she'd be so quick to trade blows.
Careful! That girl is stronger than she looks.
She's also bigger than she was previously.
How about we start with a big fat knuckle sandwich? Here we go! Wait for it! Wait for it! Wait for it! Bam! Is that all you've got? Wait for it! Wait for it! Bam!
Okay, I didn't see what the difference between those were.
Nerfine drop kick to your fat head! Altana, give me strength!
Nice.
By the light of the dawn! Not bad! Not bad at all! Oh, we're just getting started! Wait for it! Wait for it!
Two.
Auroral uppercut!
Okay, I understand the mechanic now.
Behold, the blessed power of Altana!
Count the number of wait for it's. Right, swells. Right.
You ready for this? Wait for it! Wait for it!
This sounds like 3.
Wait for it! Open your eyes!
Bye-bye.
Man, is that all? And I was just working up an appetite. This wasn't how it was supposed to go.
I've a bone to pick with this one. But first... the only way out is forward. A forest, huh? Go. We'll look after the girl.
Helmet looks reasonable to me. Need... Oh, we can read everything if we needed it. We don't need that thing.
What is that? Is some kind of Tural Vitral? On your guard. I sense something up ahead. Something big. A dragon? But surely it's no match for you.
Fenrir. Of course it's a Fenrir. Tail. I assume we don't want to be anywhere near that. How nowhere near that do we not want to be? And it's now, so I'm going to assume it's a 45-degree. Oh. Nope, that's a donut. Okay. Defensive posture, still its tail though. It's going to be a multi-hit. Wing. Okay, so they're instant kills if you let them, and they circle round. The smaller ones go in a specific direction. Posture. Its tail, get in front.
Magic. Oh, brace yourselves! Aye, so where are we now? And what are these floating ruins?
Tattered first movement score. Need, because why not? That's those ones. What was the level of the helmet we got? Looks like it's 220, so...
There's something about that big tower.
It's unlikely, but it'd be nice if we can get 2 pieces of ninja gear.
5 of them? This should be interesting. Be burned by the rage that controls you.
I have no idea what happened there.
You shall be consumed by the cowardice that binds you. You shall be twisted by the envy that drives you.
Rage cleaves.
Cowardice dismembers. You shall be smothered by the arrogance that consumes you.
One of these we should be attacking? Oh, we did something wrong.
You shall be defeated by the apathy that plagues you.
Envy and ghosts!
cowardice dismembers!
Listening to the audio cues more than anything else. When does that go off? With the second one.
You shall be consumed by the cowardice that binds you!
Could have gone better.
Wuklamat chose her companions well.
Our next destination. No doubt a warm reception awaits us. Let's go and have a look. What? Why only you?
Me and the other 23 of us. Kindred Rage.
Come, mortals. Allow me to show you the depths of my hatred and your folly! I cannot die! Not until I have eradicated you and your kind from this world! The land trembles before my might!
Oh, I see.
Frail mortals! I will tear your flesh and crush your bones!
Right, then left.
Flames of hatred! Oh, how they burn!
Imagine we're about to lose part of the arena.
There will be naught left of man but smoke and ash!
Look at the direction that the arrow's pointing.
Let the fires ride and rage!
Knock back.
Kneel
Shouldn't have used my gap closer.
The darkness within me shall devour you all!
Coming out in front.
This insult! I will scour it away with your blood! Give up your painful strivings! Give in to the darkness of oblivion! Your funeral dirge has begun! Its mournful notes sing of your demise! Wretched filth! Return to the feculent soil that birthed you! Of my rage quenches the candle of your trivial existence.
That's a lot to pay attention to and memorize. Okay. What that is, but we'll need it. First movement score we didn't get. Oh, nice. First try. Archibald. One piece of gear. Are you alright? She's merely sleeping. It remains to be seen if she'll give us a fight when she wakes. Yeah. Ah, she stirs. A two-headed lizard? It's trying to take a bite of me, Scrawny thing like you would barely make a snack. Besides, we don't eat people. Sorry, I'm a little on edge. If you've no quarrel with us, we've none with you. We only wish to talk. Can they really be trusted? I should know better than to judge people based on their appearance. It's fine. We're an intimidating specimen. I'm Prishi, by the way. Nice to meet you. Okay, let's quickly do a few things. Let's put this coin somewhere safe. Use that. Use this. Sort this out. Ah, I didn't need to push that button. That can use some more critical hits. Given that we're probably going to be replacing this lot readily, we will use some of our older stuff that we should be able to get back 100% of the time. Oh, it is already maxed for crit. Oh, I was reading dexterity, critting skill speed, in which case direct hit. I assume this doesn't count as a town, so I'm not going to be able to... Oh, they will let me put on a banner here. That is spirit bonded. That's spirit bonded. As is that. That. And that. Okay. Today's been full of surprises. There's much of this we don't understand, but what we do understand is there is a battle to be won. Now, at least. What would otherwise be a struggle proved a decisive victory against the Dawn Servant Shade and the rest of those fiends. That is to say, thank you for your help, Nathan. Hopefully this girl can give us some answers. Prishi is almost definitely, probably certain you are standing in... Juno. What were your names again? Nathan and Rook Jar Jar, right? You look like a Hume. More importantly, you look like the adventuring type. If you're done with small talk, would you mind explaining why you attacked us? What in the world are you talking about? Don't play the fool with us. You were spouting nonsense about us being Tarui and nearly killed a man on your rampage. Well, I do recall fighting Tarui not long ago to protect Umaya. Umaya. A friend of hers, you say? That's all well and good, but she was addressing Guru Jar Jar's shade with that name. The incantations needed to summon, it is said to be based on a much older magic, one capable of clouding people's minds. If our enemy is skilled enough to summon Guru Jar Jar, it stands to reason such tricks are not beyond them. Meaning young Prishi here was likely tricked into believing the shade was this Umaya person. So it was all an illusion then. It's starting to come back to me. There was someone who warned me that a dear friend needed my protection. He was blue like your left half, or left head, and gave me these bizarre weapons. Blue like me? I usually fight with my fists, but I didn't think twice in accepting what they gave me. I suppose their magic's to blame. In any case, I hope the real Umaya hasn't been dragged into all of this. Can you tell us anything about the one the one you thought was Umaya? Where they might be hiding, perhaps? Would that I could, but when I got here, I was all up by my lonesome. Here being where exactly? Juno. At least I think it's Juno. There was never anything like that here before. It's mostly empty, but there are a few people lingering about. If you know where to look, maybe they can tell us something. Go with Prishi and see what you can learn of this place and the whereabouts of that shade. I will remain here and keep watching this rift. How many quests are there in this chain? Well, obviously still in the first part. I just don't want to go into the second part. Alliance Raid Series. Okay, we'll have to go to the page for Echoes of Vana'diel. Okay, so we should have 2 more quests. All begins with a stone. Yeah, we got this one, then 2 more. Okay. And while I'm tabbed out, did I hear my ship landing? I heard a ship landing. No. Something else. I thought I had... Ah, right, yeah, I changed production type. Fair enough. So, distractions. I sense something foul on the wind here. The sooner we leave this place, the better. Right, then, let's have a look around. Oh, we should probably stop by Tenshido as well. It's in the back of the Neptune Spire, across the way from the fountain. Escorting. You already know this, they just added new additional help boxes. Oh, good. I was hoping to run into you two. I don't wish to be overly forward, but why were you speaking with that Mamuja earlier? More importantly, What was it doing here? They would never dare venture beyond the shores of Adrandia, unless, my gods, has Guru Jar Jar laid siege to Una? God knows. Is Juna next to fall? I don't know anything about siege or invasions, but that Murujar over there is a friend of mine. There ain't nothing for you to worry about. The poor man's probably more confused than we are about all of this. Auction house. Any questions? In the past, great wealth. Discuss the shuttered windows. Adventurers gather from all corners of the world to buy and sell their spoils here. The taxes are a pain, but it's worth it for the wide selection. Just between you and me, though, I've heard you can cut a deal with merchants peddling their wares just outside of town. Why is it closed? The auction house never closes. Maybe they're waiting for things to return back to normal around here. Whenever they reopen, I suggest you stop by. Who knows, you may get lucky and find something way below market price. So you're new to Juno, are you? I can tell by the way you were taking in the sights. The city was built upon Heaven's Bridge, connecting the two great continents of Kuno and Mindria. Mindatia? There's a few ways that you could split that up. You'll find there's an upper and lower level, a port, and the administrative plaza of Ruludi Gardens. At least you would have before. In a way, or all ways in and out of Lower Juno appear to be blocked off or cut off. The situation here is worse than I thought. Token exchange? Tattered score, first movement. I see. You're going to need a lot of them. Well, we got some second movement ones. Or at least I saw rolls for second movement ones. Huh. Party, looking, dark, samurai, dragoon. Looking, the fool. Aye, chulala, divining, 5-card otherworlders. Well, I thought I knew all the whom's who travelled through here of late. Where are you from, stranger? Gridania? Can't say I've heard of it. Most folks passing through hail from San de Orion, Bastuk, or Windrust. Considering the present state of Juno, though, seems strange as becoming a common occurrence. I'd be lying to say I'd heard of your homeland either, but it's not important by now. At times like this, we need to know who we can trust or who can be trusted. Discuss the bar door. What? Why is this blocked off? There are supposed to be stairs here leading up to the residential area. I swear, things are getting stranger here by the minute. Is there a pass I miss? Yes. You press against the door, but it refuses to budge. Won't open. I guess we won't be meeting Aldo. He's head of Tenshiru. When the world was in danger, he's always there to lend me a hand. Reminds me of my dear friends, the Scions. Scions, eh? They sound like a competent lot. Unfortunately, we're on our own here. Whatever's happening here, these people are just as bewildered as we are. We should go back and find Baruch Jar Jar, see if he's noticed anything or noticed anything. Neptune Spire applicants invite our branch. Please, we'll issue membership. I am willing to bet they're saying exactly the things that their NPCs would say in Final Fantasy XI, just with bunches of words cut out. Returned at last, with answers, I hope. So we're truly in this Juno, as she says. But I've travelled all over Trail. I've never heard of a Juno, or a Sanda Orina, or any of these other places. What in Altana's name is Trail? I thought all you Mamuka from Avijada. Prish, you're alright. Or Prishi, you're alright. Well, she has you to thank, I'm sure. Thanks to Karen, I guess. And who are you, exactly? He was the one that asked me to go look for you. Other than that, we know nothing about him. I appreciate the concern, but I've never seen him before in my life. How can you say such a thing? I mean, you do look like the sort I might know, but I'm drawing a blank. What was your name, mister? My name is... You must be the one they found wandering in the deep, or sky deep's the note. Well, we have to call you something. How about Alexalia? No, there's too many. The Alaxal. Vagabond. In Alexa, cancel. Okay, I understand why they. Alexa, stop listening to me. I understand why she picked that up. What would be the wording for it? The way I said that had the same flow that you would have if you said her name. Let me just push the button to stop her listening. Vagabond in the Mamujaldhung. Although it may be closer to adventure in Nathan and Eorzean. Nicely chosen, brother. It does have a nice ring to it. Alexi it is. Alexala. So, where are we exactly? Juno, or at least a close approximation. Surely you can remember this place, don't you? It does feel familiar. So what's so special about this place, anyway? And where did that damn shade get off to? None of this is making any sense. My, what a vexing predicament. Hey, that's the one that put me under a spell, I'm sure of it. So it's the Bunowa suffocant. Yeah, also the Bunowa suffocant yet lives. What are you doing here? As you found me in a generous mood, I thought I might enlighten you as to the nature of this place. That is why you've come, isn't it? The young lady is correct. This is the Grand Duchy of Juno. So we really are in Juno, and yet something feels so off. I never said that this is the real one. It is an imitation, a rather convincing one, I might add, which I created based on visions of another world. You built this? That I did. When you and yours were holding the Dawn Servant's coronation, Zul'jah and I ventured to the gate of the Golden City. Everything was proceeding as planned. The gate key was in our possession. The power to reshape the world within our grasp. Or so I thought. In the eyes of the resilient sun, I was but a useless tool to be cast aside. By all rights, I should have died. Hang on a second, the vein's coming in. Apologies, the window is open and the vein is coming in such a direction that it was going straight through the open window. By rights I should have died when he struck me down, but once the chamber was emptied, the gates still open, I saw my chance. What I found when I dragged myself across the threshold was an emptiness, a space beyond time. It was there, this dark expanse, I beheld another world. That world was called Vana'diel. What a load of rubbish. As if anyone would believe anything and everything here. If anyone would believe that anything or everything and anything here is little more than your toy. I'm sure I said that wrong. He turned to stone. As I said, everything you see here is my creation. Much like we fashioned a phantom of Gurul Jar Jar for the feet of the Brotherhood, I was able to use our ceremonial tools to breathe life into my vision of Vana'diel. Under normal circumstances, my conjurings only have the strength for a brief clash. With that stone, however, my magics are capable of so much more. So isn't that what Juljar used to build his army? Electric, he called it. Electrope, you say? If you know its name, then I trust you also know that these stones are possessed of immense power. Power enough for creations to persist for as long as I please. Fortunate then that world between worlds was filled with structures made of electric. More than I could have ever hoped for. Wait, if everything we see here, everything we believe was from Vana'diel, is your making, then am I? Gods, that would mean I am as well. You? Well, yes, well, a trivial thread in the tapestry of my grand design. And what a wondrous weave it will be, made possible by the endless possibilities gleaming or gleaned in that walk of echoes. The memories buried there, those remnants of echoes, will shape my dreams into reality. Once I believed that dream laid in the resilient sun, but that bastard is dead, that bastard is dead to me. By my hand, Turiel will have the greatest ruler the world has ever known. I've made an admirable start, but my work is far from finished. Very soon, I will draw upon the echoes once more to summon the greatest beings of Vana'diel, and their strength will be made one with this magnificent shade. The reason and resolve to which built the nation of Turiole, matched with the uncompromising tyranny that commanded the Mamul-Jar of this world. You'll never get away with this, I'll make sure of it. I won't let you sully the memories of Vana'diel. If you won't listen to reason, maybe you'll listen to my fist. I mean, we have no connection whatsoever to Vana'diel. You'll never get away with this, I'll make sure of it. That's the spirit. My preparations will take time, of course, but when I am ready, you can be certain that I will call upon you to bear witness to my greatness. Zarielja, wait! Rishi. Damn it all. And just when I thought things couldn't become more complicated, making sense of Alexandria was trouble enough. Now we have this Vana'diel to deal with as well. I can only imagine how Prishi and Exilia must feel. What do you do when your very existence is called into question? First he served that tyrant Zul'Jah, and now he would dare to usurp the throne for this pale imitation of the Dawn Servant. Snivelling wretch. Azira regards Prishi with a pained look in his eyes. Try as I might, I can't recall nothing of my past to refute Zarielja's claims. Prishi, on the other hand, seems to know her past and who she is. Yet to be told your memories of life are not your own, I can only imagine how she must feel. Now's not the time to be disheartened, at least not here anyway. I wouldn't trust anything made by Zarielja to be safe for long. or remain functional. Let's return to Mamook while we still can. My mother will want to know what we've seen here. Okay, we heading back over there? Yeah, may as well teleport. I just realised my weapon is ready to give me materia. Now that we've returned, I can see now that this isn't the Mamook that I know. I'm glad to see that you and Brook Jar Jar returned safely, and you brought a new guest. There you are. I thought you should be the one to explain what happened out there in Yaktial. Not simply from another territory, but another world entirely. That explains much of the initial confusion between us. My apologies for any trouble I may have caused. Ooh. Sorry, I made a point of looking at my phone to have a look at the weather to see how long the rain was going to last. We're expecting thunderstorms. In the event the stream suddenly disappears, please note that it is not my fault. God has decided that the power should no longer be running. Thor specifically. My apologies for any troubles I may have caused, and thank you for taking me in. Different worlds, and yet we seem to have so much in common. Can't help but wonder what it is that links the two together. But indeed, you mistook us for the Mumuja of your Vana'diel when we first met. May I ask what they are like? Nothing like you and yours, even if they do bear a striking resemblance. There was a time when all the peoples of Vana'diel, the Mamook included, knew peace. But a tyrant possessed of terrible power claimed rulership over the Mumuja and turned them against us. Before we realized it, we were at war. A similar tale to our own, in a way. The rare few of us born with two heads grow to be immensely powerful. That power was used to justify our preeminence over all others. But that is not who we are anymore. We cannot be better than our forebears. We will be better. Or we can be better than our forebears. We will be better. All of our hard work will be for nothing if Ciriljar succeeds in seizing the throne. Well, you're not one for aid in stopping him, I promise you that. Oh, keen to lend a hand, are you? I don't need to know who I am to know the right thing to do. My blade is yours. On my honor as adventurer Vana'diel, we will put an end to Ciriljar's schemes. If he were here, I'm sure he'd have done the same. Right then. We can worry about whether or not I'm real another day. I'm not going to stand around and let this rule jar piss all over the memories of my home. So you can count me in too. Don't think you can forget about us. This all started in Zruktaral, and we have a duty to keep our forests safe. Zriljar has left us with a trail to follow, but it's only a matter of time before he reveals himself to challenge Nathan once more. If you'll be ready, I think it prudent you two learn more about our world. An excellent idea, brother. We should start with Turiola and see to our own preparations while we're there. If you would meet us at the dirigible landing, we'll see Prishi and Exilia. I've said that multiple different times, to Turiola. The dirigible landing is up on the northern side, I think. I have no doubt that Exilia and Prishi will be safe at your side. But do make sure Brooke Jar Jar doesn't overexert himself. Yeah, the dirigible landing's over there. While I teleport. I don't know which one of these is going to be the start of the next one. Landsguard Messenger, do you know? Let's jump over to 7.3. No, that doesn't tell me. We'll just have to make a judgment call of when we think the end of this expansion storyline is. Oh wait, no. They've gone to the dirigible landing to go to Turiola. They want to meet me at Turiola. Those balloon-powered airships really are something. I didn't expect the flight to be so smooth. So this is Turiola. Before I forget, I couldn't help but notice how much you seem to know about me. Is there something else you remember? I'm afraid I don't. As you don't recognize me either, perhaps we weren't acquaintances after all. What I know of you was likely overheard in a tavern somewhere, patrons sharing stories of your famed exploits. I see. Well, I'll leave it at that then. Now, where to begin? Brother, would it not be wise to first approach the Landsguard of what has happened? Or would you prefer another stern lecture from the Vow of Reason? I'd sooner rip off our tail. Fine. Could you keep them occupied while we see to the Landsguard? Maybe take them to eat or something. I know. Take them to Aunt Tilly's to sample her tacos. Here, for that first meal of yours we spoiled. And just so we're clear, we're not expecting to earn your forgiveness. No amount of good deeds will ever undo our past. But there's always time to build a better future. When you get there, tell her we sent you. She'll see that you're taken care of. I hoped she might remember me, but she doesn't seem to even know me. Gods, who am I? Aunt Tilly's tacos, eh? Let me guess. They serve tacos. Oh, I can hardly wait. I ate tacos all the time back home. Though I suppose it wouldn't hurt to take the more scenic route. Maybe something along the ways will help jog Alexi's memories. I could have teleported around, but there's locations to stop by to talk with. Those creatures remind me of the chocobos in Vana'diel. To say we adventurers found them indispensable would be no exaggeration. From shore to shore, they were our faithful companions, wheresoever the road might lead us. What in Antana's name is that? Do you people actually ride these? Chocobos are the only beasts that I've ever seen used for riding in Vana'diel. If they have any, I'd sure like to see them. I have one, I'm just not allowed to summon it here. I don't think they have a chocobo roost in Tural. I cannot say why, but I remember something looking out of the sand in the dunes. There was a man on the docks who claimed he could teach me new battle arts, but he would always only agree on the condition that I retrieved him a damselfly fly, or a damselfly worm, an apron, and a magic skull. I don't suppose you've met anyone in your travels who's made such queer requests. Probably, but I'm not the one to remember such things. My home is surrounded by the ocean too, you know. It has the most beautiful views on a clear day. Not without the occasional monster, though. It's nice being able to walk around like this without being guardable all the time. I happened to spy a few goblins on the way to the market. I remember them living in the major cities of Vana'diel as well. Of course, there was no shortage of unscrupulous sorts living in the wilds as well. They would gather in droves and give chase to adventurers, forcing anyone and everyone to retreat back to their own or to the safety of town. So these are the markets of Turioli. There are so many stands. I wouldn't know where to begin. It's enough to make my head spin. Some food would sure hit the spot right about now. No, Prishi, remember, you're about to eat tacos. That railroad employee, I believe, is the custom deliveries person we need to talk to. This is the place, right? I can smell the savoury meats already. And you must be Aunt T. Book Jar Jar recommended we sample your tacos. So, we'll have 3 of your finest, please. Book Jar Jar sent you, did he? Take a seat. I'll be right over with a tray of our world-famous fare. Tacos at long last. How I have waited for this moment. I thought nothing could match the rich flavour of our tacos back home, but the spice seasoning of this meat is something else. This meal's on Brook Jar Jar, so don't hold back. Preachy has taken the lead, but we won't be outdone, surely. Phew, I couldn't eat another bite. Thanks for treating us. It was almost like a taste of home. Vana'diel. Vana'diel. Something like. Seeing as we still still have a little extra time to ourselves, care to hear more about Vana'diel? "20 years ago, the land was gripped by a terrible conflict, the Crystal War, they call it. And it wasn't long before my home, that name that we just failed to pronounce, was drawn into the struggle. During their assault on the peninsula, the beastmen launched a weapon so powerful it sundered the land connecting us from the mainland. Those who survived fled to the Vana'diel safehold. It wasn't much, but we were able to piece together modest living down in those caves. Sorry, I'm spoiling the mood, aren't I? You're an adventurer too, aren't you? Have any tales of daring you care to share with us? Which one would you like? Traveling to other worlds and saving this one from the very embodiment of despair. Wait, really? You're not just an adventurer, you're a goddamn living legend? I mean, I suppose you could call us that? A hero, a living legend. Sorry for the wait. There was much to appraise the Landsguard of, as well you know. That Zriljar is behind the stolen relic, and the sighting of Guru Jar Jar was understandably difficult for them to hear. And yet there are other... there are others enticed by the rumours of strange portal in the woods. I've heard some foolhardy treasure seekers have even gone off looking for it. A dangerous thought, though. Seeing Zriljar can show up at any time with more of those echoes. Which is why I'm going back to Juno, to make sure our people stay out of there. If you're going, then so are we. It beats sitting around waiting. This does not feel like a end point for the patch, so I think we'll do the next one as well. I'm fairly sure the tacos, or I've had the tacos before. They were famous for their heartiness and helped stave off fatigue, perfect for those who often found themselves in on the defensive in battle. Maybe we should bring Wukramakt and the other friends of yours. Kryl, was it? Gods, those tacos were bloody brilliant. There's nothing better than a good food and good company to pass the time. As soon as Blue Jar Jar gives the word, we'll be off. Plus this giving us a orchestron roll. So I think this is the final one for this particular chain. Brook Jar Jar is ready to return to Juno. Would that we had time to show you more of Toyali, but we can't afford to have anyone wandering about in Juno. Let us make haste to Yaktial. Okay. I'm going to assume we need to head back to... Yeah. Let me line myself up because I heard my ship landing. And I need to make sure that it is repaired. We're out of repair kits. The very least fueled. We're out of fuel. Scroll past it. Damn it. Need antimatter. Let's get another 200. Need repair kits. They're reasonably priced. Let's grab 1,000 of them. They got put onto the ship, which is not what we want. We want the food supplies on the ship. We are bumping into trees. It's fine. We're still making forward progress. Okay. Okay, now we've stopped dead. Oh, no, we slipped past. You'll load it up, send you on the way. Okay, job done. The sooner we clear this place out, the better. It's hard to blame anyone for wanting to take a peek inside. I know I certainly would. I can only speak for myself, but the idea of running headlong into a mysterious rift to God knows where, in search of treasure, seems absurd. Taral has no shortage of legends, or legends like the City of Gold to inspire would-be treasure seekers. No risk too great if they believe their dreams can be realized. Efforts best spend more honest living, I'd say. Walking the noble path like you, brother. In any case, whoever we find in there, we have to get them out quickly. Top that up. Not that we can bring Rin inside, but I realise how preposterous it seems, but none of this is real. A Mamuja by the name of Srilda created this place. And what if one of those weird shadow things decides to gobble you up? I don't mean to threaten you, but you need to leave at once. This place is more dangerous than it looks. I've never seen a city like this in Tural before. Dangerous, you say? Perhaps I should hold off and surveying it further then. What a shame. I happened upon a rather curious stone I had hoped to take with me, but it was stolen by that Tunawata route. Without knowing the value of that stone, I can't say it'd be worth giving chase, but he ran off to the south, if you mean to go after him. I'll be leaving now. If it's truly as dangerous as you say, I hope you'll be leaving soon after as well. There was an inside to here we missed. When I jumped through that rift, I was expecting a dungeon, or maybe a labyrinth. Not whatever all this is. It's dangerous, and I need to leave? Don't make me laugh. Not long ago, I heard someone crowing in the streets about some rare stone they found. Something like that would be worth a fortune. I'm not going anywhere if this witch is just lying around for the taking. You came looking for some fancy trinkets too? Well, feast your eyes on this. We spoke with anyone who would listen, though a few were too stubborn to heed our warning. A raw block of electric, but how? I take it you're the one that found this. I'm sorry, but we can't let you leave with that stone. It's too dangerous. You expect me to just hand it over? Bah, this isn't Turali. You have no authority here. I found it and I'm keeping it. This is for your own good. Put the stone down and walk away. Or else. Careful, brother. Lay hands on him, and the vow of resolve may never let us return or hear the end of it. We're already in her debt as it is. Fine. You come here to make a fortune, yes? Then let me pay you for it. That would certainly save me the trouble of finding a suitable buyer. But you don't expect me to let it go for cheap? I couldn't help but overhear you're selling an artifact found in these ruins. Whatever this gentleman is willing to pay, I can assure you I can pay more. Great, just what we needed. What do you suppose we do now? Explain the circumstances around this place would likely take more time than we can afford. Ah, of course. Why not hold an auction for the stone? An auction? That would certainly simplify matters. It would save you the trouble of bargaining with all the interested parties separately and incentivize them to pay you handsomely. At least they'd be outbid. Fine by me, but I'll only be accepting your payment in gil. This money will be taking me overseas, where I can finally live my life, live the life I always wanted. How much gil do we actually have on us? I have 14 million in the bank. I have 2.8 million on us. Let's hold an auction already and get this over with. I'm guessing Alzaxiel was inspired by the nearby auction house. Still, that was quick thinking. An auction should hopefully make things easier for Brook Jar Jar, assuming he can outbid his competition, of course. I'll offer up every last gil to my name if I have to. That stone will be mine. My work has turned a tidy profit these days, so I've coin to spare. The following events cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. Begin quest event. If I may have your opening bid. Can you handle the bidding? We don't have much experience with auctions, but we do have coin you can use. Around 1 million gil saved up from our workers with the Landsguard. Hopefully that'll be enough. Upon speaking to the Tawatan Thief, the auction will begin. You may also speak with the other prospective buyers to receive hints regarding their potential bids. I have no time to for the back and forth of this bargaining nonsense. All I need is to one bid that wins the stone. Foreign merchants relieved me of my stock a few moons past, and it's a good thing they did. 1,500,000 gil, and I was forced to spend half of it preparing for this expedition. So they have 750,000. While it's imperative that we recover the Electrope, it wouldn't do to show your hand too early. Better to be, Better to be conservative with your bids, staying just ahead of the competition. She's gonna say go big or go home. If we just immediately bid 750,000, that's all his money. He can't outbid us then. Damn, I wish I had money to join in. Seems like fun. With 1 million gil all told, but I'm trusting you won't spend all of it. They want to make they don't want to be involved with a back and forth. So they will make one large bid and they will probably be done. So, what's your offer? The auction has begun. Outbid your competitors for the Electrope while conserving your capital. Right then, how much will you start with? I was going to say 100,000 gil is a good place to start, because we want her to play her hand first. We already know what his is. Is that all? And then I'll start with 400,000 gil. 400,000. I was hoping to at least, I was hoping to keep at least half my savings. But if we have to bid more, she hasn't bid yet. So 500,000. Bold move, but I'm willing to bet all that I have. 560,000 gil. Half my savings gone. Surely they're close to conceding, right? Well, she's out. If we go 700,000, he may either put in... Well, he can't raise to 8. So he would have to go to 7.5. And then we go 8. 700,000? How is anyone meant to compete with that? Damn it all. I'm not leaving without that stone. 720,000 gil. Raising their bids by such narrow margins, someone's reached their limit. We know how much he has. 730,000 gil. We only need to edge him up a little bit now. He has 20 more. He gives up. Finally over. You have a knack for business dealings, Nathan. Maybe you were a merchant in another life. This looks all to be all of it. The stone is yours. And he stole the stone. That was more expensive than I would have liked, but nothing a few hunter bills can't make up for, I hope. They're not that valuable, I'm afraid. You'll be at it for a while. As fun as that looked, I'm sure I would have made a mess of things if that were me. I tend to get carried away under pressure. Well done, friend. Now, let's have a look at that electrope. This presence, it feels familiar. The Shadow Lord. There's no mistaking that deep, bitter malice. This stone must have served as the heart of the Shadow Lord's echo. He was a being of pure hatred, responsible for bringing about the Crystal War. I was part of the company that would eventually bring his reign of terror to an end. You helped defeat the Shadow Lord? Meaning Axalia must have been there with him. But I don't remember ever hearing about that. In any case, I will hold on to the electrope. We should hurry back and speak with the Landsguard. Excuse me, but were you speaking of the Shadow Lord just now? If there's more you wish to know, perhaps I can be of help. I've heard a great many tales of the fiend from the bards who frequent the tavern here in Juneau. I'll be waiting over yonder near the fountain for my companions to arrive, but you're welcome to speak with me until they do. Well, a most welcome offer, though there is much to be said for first-hand accounts with the echo in question. Perhaps we can revisit these tales another time, after we've made certain no more treasure hunters can be readily gain entry. Let's return to Turiala and speak with the Landsguard. Nathan, come and meet us at Blight Plume Post. I am not that interested in the lore, I'm afraid, to go and listen to them. So we will continue with the main quest, plus we have other things we need to do today. Given the current time, we may not actually have enough time to finish the MSQ before we would usually end the stream. So either we'll go along or we'll just see, or cut the MSQ a little short and finish it tomorrow. I was hoping a few of the Landsguard would be here already. The Landsguard appear to be well trained and well armed. I dare say they would be a match even for our soldiers back home. Once again, we're left with nothing but time on our hands. Until Surreal shows himself, I suppose there's no shortage of work to be done. If we ask the Landsguard. You may be better served exploring Tural, familiarising yourself with the land. It wouldn't do to find yourself lost when you're needed most. An honest-to-God adventure! What a great idea! You're coming with me, Auxilia. And don't you dare say you're not interested. Any self-respecting adventurer would jump at a chance like this. I'll not deny the suggestion piqued my interest. We warn you now, though, the wilds of Tural are rife with danger. It is no place for the unprepared. I welcome the challenge. I can hardly count the number of times Vana'diel's been visited by some world-ending calamity. No matter how dire things may have seemed, we always found a way through, together. This will be no different, I'm sure of it. There's nothing we can do so long as we have each other. A band of adventurers barely met, united to face the great peril, just like old times. Are adventurers always so sentimental? Is that so terrible a thing? Yeah, here he is. The moment we learn anything about Zurieljar's movements, I've asked him to contact you. Right, yeah, and we had a side quest we wanted to do before we went on to the MSQ. I can postpone the side quest until after we've done the MSQ because there's three or four quests, so that's going to take a minute or so. Meanwhile, in the Echo of Tulali. Gah! Soon we will slaughter them all. Is that not so, Zurieljar? Soon, my Dawn servant, very soon. Then there shall be none to stop you from taking your rightful place on the throne. How fortunate for me he lacks the wisdom of the true Dawn servant. But if he will be fit to rule, but he will be made fit to rule, I must choose from the echoes carefully. The Shadow Lord showed promise, but Vana'diel is a land rich of history. I needn't settle with those who are but a blink of an eye in the annals of history. With the strength of the ancients, I will bring Tural, no, the whole world to its knees. Okay, to the MSQ. Yeah. MSQ wants us to be in the back room. At least I think so. I'm half guessing. Excellent. You heading to the back room? Yes, I am. So a quick word. That we have little information to draw any useful conclusions as yet. I dare say the Queen of Reason's behaviour henceforth will be illuminating. Young regulators. I heard the idea came from the citizenry, but something doesn't sit right. We'll look into this. I remember you. You gave us our artifact gear. You look the same as him, but with stranger hair. Stranger coloured hair. Shale said she would find this, or she left this machine running to process more data from the field station. Is it done yet? Kyle wishes to catch up on recent events. Ah, Nathan, your timing couldn't have been better. It usually is. If you have a moment, we have some things we'd like to share. Excellent. We'll just wait for Lamati. She should arrive shortly. Nathan, glad to see you're here too. Ah, speak of the devil. Let's catch up, or catch each other up, shall we? Right, I'll go first if no one minds. I've been back in Turalia and spoke with Kona. I told him all about the records left behind by Gurujar's mother, as well as Speen's reappearance. We decided that I should remain in the dome until things settle down more. But while I'm in Gurujar, or while I'm Gurujar's guardian, I'm also a foreign ruler. I have to take care not to appear as though I'm meddling in Alexandrian politics. That's all from me. As for the rest of us, we've been keeping track of the new Speen. She has been making regular appearances before the people. And each time she does, she encourages them to become endless. Alas, much else about her remains a mystery, including why she chose to reveal herself now. On our end, we've confirmed only that those wearing regulators have had their knowledge of Queen Speen's death altered. Someone must have tampered with the devices to remove any and all memories of the event, though we've yet to identify the perpetrator, rather. Given recent events, Speen is the chief suspect. Many believe that the Queen of Reason is alive and well, and remember her funeral as a memory for those lost in the attack. Needless to say, this has proven confusing for those with more accurate recollections. We'll carry on with our investigations. I'll head to the eastern sky now and coordinate with our people there. Are we about to get interrupted? There's one other matter. The highlight of this gathering, you might say. We'd like you to meet a certain someone. By all means, where is this person now? They're in the break room. She's unwell, and Yastola and Alize have been tending to her. They'll be able to explain things. I want to see how she's doing, so I'll come too. The real Queen Speen. The break room is at the end of the hall, through that door. We can go whenever you're ready. Much as I'd love to join you in the break room, I'd rather not overwhelm our guests with too many new faces. Better keep investigating the activities of our new Speen. Alphano and Arenveiled have taken it upon themselves to attend to people of Alexandria. Full many are still struggling to deal with recent events, and they hope to make difference by lending them a sympathetic ear.
What is she doing here? We just heard she was busy spreading talk of becoming endless among the Alexandrians. What's going on here?
She is not who you think she is. Not the Queen of Reason, who has made a miraculous return, but an individual of flesh and blood, possessed of a soul. We chanced upon her in living memory, but she collapsed before we could exchange words. We decided to bring her here for now.
Her body was suffused with lightning ether, which caused a debilitating paralysis. Ishtola reached out and informed me of her condition, and I came with a proxy as fast as I could. We're now waiting to see if the treatment was effective.
Judging by her appearance, the circumstances of our encounter, and her extreme ethereal aspect, I am all but certain that she is the one from whom the Endless Sphere was created. The original Queen Sphere of Alexandria.
What? But how can that be possible? The real Sphere died of illness 4 centuries ago.
We were only told that. We have no proof.
I died. Whatever do you mean? I am not dead. I'm not. What is this place? Where is everyone? Otis and Zelenia? And who are you people? Calm down. We mean you no harm. You've been unwell, and it wouldn't do to strain yourself. Please, help me. I don't understand any of this.
Of course. But if I might confirm some things first. You are Queen Sphere of Alexandria, are you not?
Yes. Yes, I am.
And ere you awoke here, you were in another unfamiliar place. Is that correct?
I opened my eyes and saw a strange, dark room. Outside, there were towering buildings, clad in electrobe.
You slumbered at the heart of that city for many years, within a facility called the Meso Terminal. Many things have come to pass during that time, some of which you may find upsetting. Are you sure you wish to learn of them?
In that dark room, there was an electric casket designed to preserve its occupant in cold stasis. Until the terminal and its systems were recently shut down. That was where you were kept, in all likelihood. since the time of the Old Kingdom. For 4 centuries.
What? Do you speak true? I've been asleep for that long. 400 years.
Our records say that Queen Sphene succumbed to the rampant lightning energies unleashed during the storm surge. But it seems the truth is rather different.
I didn't consider the fact that she was actually still alive and that she was actual flesh and blood. The original Queen Sphene. We'll tell her what she wants to know, and then we'll decide what we need to do. What would Otis do if he were here? What can I do? We turned her we turned up her chamber when we searched the Miso terminal. Safe to say, none of us anticipated this development. The treatment may have been effective, but the road ahead of her remains uncertain. To wake up alone and in a distant future, and seemingly by no choice of your own, you can hardly blame her for reacting as she did. I don't believe that you're lying, so please, tell me everything that has happened. Everything. Very well. But let's do so with care. These would cause you undue strain. Now, while I should like more of us to assist, it isn't practical to gather everyone. So I will summon Graha and Kryl for now.
I know this has all been a lot to take in, but how are you feeling? Physically, I mean.
Much better now, thanks to Y'shtola and Alisei's ministrations. In fact, I can scarcely remember the last time I felt so hale. I know not how to repay them. Not only for coming to my aid, but for telling me about my kingdom besides.
I don't think they're ones to keep score. Isn't that right?
Y'shtola is a motherly sort. Alizé never abandons those in names. They're comrades you can rely on. All true. Although Y'shtola's a motherly sort, only to particular people. She is a terror to anybody else. They're comrades you can rely on.
He's known those two for a long time. You can trust in his judgment. Besides, you helped to prove that their treatment works here as well. With this success, they'll be able to help others in Alexandria who suffer from the same illness. Few things could make them happier.
I see. Full glad am I to know that we may cure the affliction after so long. So very long. I steeled myself having been warned, but it's difficult to come to terms with everything.
Sphene? Maybe going out and seeing it would help. Alexandria as it is now.
Great idea. There's no substitute for seeing things with your own eyes.
We should absolutely disguise her.
That said, there is a chance that you'll run into the other Sphene. Still want to take a look, even so?
It would be a lie to say I do not feel anxious, but I wish to walk among the people, to hear their voices and learn about their realm.
We'll be your escort.
Truly, I would be honored.
Then allow us to show you the sights.
Thank you, Wuklamat.
When did they start doing these title cards? Can't remember if they was doing them in the last expansion. Come on, we'll give Sphene the grand tour. Sphene asked me not to call her by her title. I understand why, but it feels strange. Thank you as well, Nathan, for your kindness. The Endless Sphene. You knew her, did you not? It may take some time for both of us to come to terms with this situation. Myself, especially. But I recognize that I must. I may still be here, but the world I knew is gone. Why is no one questioning the fact that we're fairly sure the Endless Sphene was created by a shadowy group in the past that we're fairly certain is still pulling the strings at the minute? Why is nobody accounting for this fact? But I recognize that I must. I may still be here, but the world I knew is gone. Sphene is eager to see the new Alexandria. Before heading out, I should put on more suitable attire. There's a modern outfit among them, or among the items Shale has prepared for me, I believe. Would you wait outside? I should only need a moment. Right, take your time. Where outside are we waiting? Here. Ustola and Alice left for the government sector. They wanted to discuss how to go about treating the afflicted with lightning. Or those afflicted with lightning. Admirable. I don't know how they're going to keep going without with such a short break. Even if she can walk, she's still far from fully recovered. We'll have to take care not to push her too hard. I haven't gone outside in a while. Shale decrypted more of my mother's records, so I've been spending a lot of time reading them. One moment, please, I heard a beep. That's what I thought the beep was. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. That one will do.
Apologies for keeping you waiting. I've never worn such clothing before.
Oh, that really suits you.
It looks ideal for a brisk afternoon stroll.
For one so well-traveled to say that, I feel confident it's perfect for exploring the city.
A moment before you head out. Circumstances being what they are, we thought it best to come up with a way to distinguish you from the other Sphenes, and we should probably settle on this now rather than later.
I suppose it could get pretty confusing.
First, we propose calling you simply Sphene. As for the former Queen of Reason, Endless Sphene should suffice.
What about the new one who's been addressing the citizens?
Despite being the spitting image of Endless Sphene, we know she's a different entity. So we were thinking of calling her a simulant, after imitation stones.
I see. Well, they're definitely not the same. And that's as good a way as any to draw a distinction. But what do you think, Sphene? Is that all right with you?
Rest assured I have no objections. When I am in the city, however, I intend to keep both my face and name secret. For the people of today's Alexandria know only the Endless Sphene.
We're sorry to subject you to such ignominy.
No, I myself would rather not invite complications, so it is quite all right. Thank you for your concern, Shale. Let us be off then. I am in your capable hands.
That you are. First, we'll head to the entrance of Solution 9.
Good idea. We should start from scanning Port 9. I'll do my best to explain things.
As long as we keep Sphene's identity under wrap, it should be safe enough to walk around the city. Still, we can't be too curious while the simulant's off doing whatever it is she's doing. Do take care out there. Where are we heading? We are heading to the entrance. What colour is yours? White. I was. Things were a bit awkward at first. She's still so young, after all. But before long, we were talking up a storm. We've never had so much fun, just like old times. So you've been to Turiali, where you met with your family, or with your friend? So this is Alexandria. Despite being inside a tower, it feels as though I'm out in the open. And though the sights are nothing like I remember, Electrope is still everywhere I look. It is a strange yet familiar place. The lady wants to talk to Lamati, so while they're busy, I'll tell you about what we can see from here. Is there any place that interests you? There are so very many, I can't decide where to begin. Why don't we let Nathan choose? The following events cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending Duty Finder registrations. Explore sites with Sphene. It's not the residential area over here. No, the residential area is to the left a bit. There are lots of different shops at the Nexus arcades, and everything you need is always full of people out doing their shopping. The Endless Fiend gave Nathan and Lamity a tour of the place. I remember watching them from a distance. The castle town I knew had many thoroughfares that were lined with shops. Whenever I visited, the citizens would come and speak to me about matters great and small. Just like the lady is doing now with Matt. The lady talking to Lamati just came back from Turiali. It was her first time since being trapped in the barrier 30 years ago. She has family in Alexandria now, so she had to return. But the train made it safe and easy for her to make the journey, and it's all thanks to everyone's hard work. There was once a railroad connecting Alexandria to the neighbouring Lindblum, but operations were suspended when relationships deteriorated. Eventually, the tracks were removed entirely. To see that a railroad now connects us to our neighbours is gratifying. Our new neighbours is gratifying. Especially considering that our history began with war, with Alexandria the aggressor. In continuing to strive for peace, Turiali's leaders have shown great magnanimity. But I can't help but be moved. And I can't help but be moved. Payload 9, government sacked. If you're tuned to the Payload 9, you can teleport back here anytime you want. And you can also use it to teleport to other locations in Solution 9. It makes it easy to get around. That's the model of travel we utilize, or that utilizes ether currents, yes? We had the same in my time, but when the storm surge broke out, such nodes were sealed off to prevent enemy use. And then, and after the war, the etheric balance across the entire world had collapsed. Not only was travelling outside the barrier ill-advised, the act of teleportation itself had become dangerous, so we had to abandon the nodes altogether. It is heartening to see them available again for use for one and all. In the government sector, there is a counter where citizens can get matched to jobs. There are also a soul exchange, but no one goes there much these days since there aren't many souls in circulation. I'm unsure how I feel about the regulators and the treatment of souls as a resource. I understand the grief of those who have lost loved ones and the desire to escape the sorrows of death. But even so, I would never wish to forget my parents, Otis, Zelina. I wanted to remember them all. I'm reluctant to impose my personal beliefs on others, though. The joy of spying stars between faint gaps in the clouds is absent here, but it is a fine thing to be sheltered from the thunder and the rain. Thanks for your help, Nathan. I hope Queen Sphene, just Sphene, will feel at home here one day. We're not even supposed to be using that name. Although she didn't give us another name to use. Sorry about that, I got a little carried away with the conversation. It's alright, Nathan and I told her about the places we can see from here. Really? That's great. Right then, why don't we stroll through the residential sector and stop at the mosaic? We can take a break there. Where have they gone? Over there. I'm remembering something. I'm trying to remember if that's the case. I think... Not that I can use it at the minute. But I think I've been forgetting that Righton, also replaces or grants us an additional use of Sweeton. Or is it just using a Chikuchi rather? Allows the accumulation of Chikuchi charges, max charges 2. Resets the recast timer for Chikuchi when executing Righton or Kaiton, Righton, or Hieton. Not that I can use any of those here. That's Huton. And it now needs a target as well. Doton is the only one that doesn't need a target. What should I get? I understand this cap was named for the different races who appeared as the mosaic of colours when they gathered here. What an inspiring idea. Welcome to the mosaic. When you're ready to order, just let me know. Well, we've been walking for a while, so let's rest our feet. Hey, drinks are on me. Sveen, Nathan, the two of you go ahead and order first. Don't just call her by her name. She's supposed to be incognito.
So many different drinks. I can't decide. Ooh. I'll have this, please. A Dali coffee.
Of course. I should warn you, though. Dali beans are an older variety known for their strong bitterness. Still want one?
The bitterness is the best part. Have you decided as well?
Something healthy, vegetable juice maybe. Sweet cocoa with extra cream on top. We'll have the same. I'm not a coffee drinker, personally. My tea mug is, however, empty, and I will need to go refill it in a bit. But we'll have the same for now.
2 Dali coffees then. The beans make for dark roasts that are quite aromatic. I find the sharp flavour invigorating, though a dash of milk can be a wonderful complement.
I'll have your drinks ready in a moment.
They're certainly well liked. It's a wonderful feeling, spending time with the people. But they're not my people anymore, are they? Their city, their way of life, even the ground upon which they tread. I am a stranger to it all. The weight of the long years is finally beginning to sink in.
Your Majesty, is that you?
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint, but I am not Queen Sveen, though I'm often told we look alike.
There you are. How many times have I told you not to go off alone? I'm sorry he bothered you, Mom. Come now. We're going home.
Bye! Not Queen Sphene!
He doesn't believe her.
I do not know that boy, nor does he know me. No one does. Another harsh reminder that I have no place here. Yet, no matter how much things have changed, I am happy. I am. For Alexandria has endured. Our sacrifice was not in vain. Even so, I cannot help but feel lonely.
Okay, now's a good time for me to go get a fresh cup of tea. 5 minutes early, but that's fine. By the time we're back, it'll be past 5 minutes. So, I'm back in about 5 to 10 minutes. I will see you in a bit. Okay, we're back. Again, just quickly looking at a couple of things. Right. Let me just quickly check my phone. My phone is still threatening thunderstorms. In the next couple of hours. But it's been apparently threatening thunderstorms for the next couple of hours since the last time I mentioned that it was threatening thunderstorms the next couple of hours. So I don't know. I've reopened the window slightly to let a bit more airflow because the rain has stopped, but I need to keep an eye on that. Anyway, not important. Let's leave them to it. Speen looks at you apologetically. Forgive me, I didn't mean to darken the mood. Still, I feel better for having shared my feelings with you. Thank you. I'm sorry I'm not much of a guide. I don't usually get approached this often. It's quite alright. The people have been through so much, it's only natural for them to seek comfort and assurance from someone they trust. Besides, I was able to relax with a delicious cup of coffee and had a lovely chat with Nathan. I appreciate your understanding. Right then, where to next? We could take a look inside the Nexus arcade, but it can probably wait for when we actually need something. In that case, let's head back to the recreational zone. There's plenty to see on True View. Okay. There is the nearest one. They're the same distance away. Which one's down, sir? That one's down, sir. Why am I wondering which one's Dancer? Because Dancer can also do that and this. Hey, are you alright? He was this way when we arrived. He looks pale. We need to find a place for him to rest. Thank you. I was on my way to attend to some business when the memories of being killed came flooding back. The danger has passed, I know, but the terror lingers. For all the comfort I've offered others in my work, I can't seem to comfort myself. Oh, we're supposed to rally him. Try as I might, I can't shake this fear. My courage has completely deserted me. Thank you. I feel better already. Your encouragement was exactly what I needed. But where are my manners? My name is Malachite. I'm an usher. An usher? They're the ones who came, they're the ones who came to those without long to live, right? But given everything that's happened, I expected your duties have changed. That's correct. We no longer attend to the dying. It's only after they have passed away in their family's care that we convey their remains to a government storage facility. A storage facility? What for? Henceforth, we must be interred, or we must inter the deceased. but as the specifics are undecided, the bodies must be kept in cold storage for the time being. I didn't know. I heard there were graveyards all over by the submerged city, but like funerals, burial customs must be long forgotten. Did you have usher duties? If so, we could help. I'm not actually here as in an official capacity, so I'm loath to trouble you further. But since you asked, I should explain why I've come. I've taken to delivering the personal effects of the departed to their families, even though their memories have been entrusted to the cloud. I still remember where they once lived. The rule was to dispose of any belongings to do with anything else. To do anything else was strictly forbidden. But it saddens me to see them discarded like waste, so I began secreting away what I could. Of course, I understand that not everyone shares my sentiment, and I leave it to the families to decide what to do with these items. Some accept my deliveries, others reject them. Whether I'm doing the right thing, I cannot say, but I feel families should be given the choice. Oh, they didn't have it before, then. It's important to think about what people leave to us. I want to help. Do you want to help too, Nathan? Deliveries happen to be my speciality. This is not untrue. I'm truly grateful. Now, there are 4 items to be delivered here in the recreational zone. I leave them in your care. In the meantime, I will head to the residential sector and make my deliveries there. After you've finished, please meet me back here. I'd like to know the family's reactions. You know, there's been people in Turiali who had similar episodes during the trauma of the siege. Would you mind if I went with Malachite, just to keep an eye on him? Only if you can handle these deliveries without me, of course. It's fine, it's fine. I'm sure he'll be happy for the company. Come, let's deliver these keepsakes to the families. So there are 4 of them in total to deliver. Right. 3 for the people on True View, and 1 for someone over by the Neon Stein. Stein? Let's visit them in that order. Might I trouble you to do the talking, Nathan? I fear my voice may betray my identity. Either way, we'll be right behind you. Okay. The people around True View seemed scared at first, but most of them are really kind, or seem scary at first. When I see someone passed out on the street now, I worry if they'll be alright. The way the buildings are all in rows reminds me of the old castle town. Living as it is here, I can see why Oblivion can blend in. There's something you need? Or is there something you need? Entrusted to you by Malachite. This keepsake has been carefully wrapped for delivery. So Malachite sent you. He was very considerate. When he first offered to bring me the keepsakes, he stressed that I didn't have to accept it if I felt uncomfortable. I see why some would say no, but I couldn't do that. Not when it's something that belongs to my parents, who I understand now and will never see again. Having spare souls won't save us from the inevitable. That's always been the case. But now, I find myself wondering about this and that. Like how much longer I can afford to muck around with my brothers. But I won't bore you with my ramblings. Thanks for bringing me the keepsake, and give my regards to Malachite. What does it say about me that I know the names of rocks and ore better than I can pronounce names of people? Oh, hello. Do I know you? Ah, so this is the keepsake. Truth be told, I've been wavering as to whether or not I should accept it. I mean, it belonged to someone that died. It got me thinking about what we did to Turioli, and I didn't even know we had killed so many of their people. Not until the funeral. What if they decided to retaliate? Lamity Wuklamat would never do that. She and everyone in Turioli know that my father was to blame for the attack, not the Alexandrian people. Oh dear, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you mean to make you speak ill of your father. It's just, I can't stop worrying about death, and hearing that they're running out of neon regulators makes it worse. I don't know what to do anymore. Not neon, neo regulators. What is it? If you're trying to sell me something, I'm not interested. Oh, you brought the keepsake. Thank you. I've been looking forward to this. Hoping that it might help me remember, but no such luck, it seems. The owner is dead, and I'll never become one of these endless Queen's Fiend tells us about. It's a sad thought. Even so, I'm not sure I want to become endless myself. If they're made by putting your memories into new bodies made of ether, doesn't that mean that that you yourself still have to die first? The thought of not having to worry about souls was appealing, so I was happy to receive the Neo Regulator, but I've only had doubts since then. If Queen's Fiend herself recommends it, I want to believe that it will be all will be well, but still. Sorry, I need to clear my head. That's everyone on TrueView. Let's go to Neonstein. Gelnot's favourite energy tonics is a special formula, not like the ones they sell here. I wanted to try one, but Shell wouldn't let me. I remember that tonic. So you can purchase beverages from these machines. That's wonderful. I've always believed that technology should be deployed for the benefit of the people. Are you talking to me? Oh, right, this. I can't say it stirs any memories. It does feel familiar somehow. You know, you look familiar yourself. Where do I know you from? Ah, of course. You're the unenhanced challenger. No, champion. No, I know, we are the champion of the light heavyweight division. I was going to say, we've not beaten all 3 divisions yet. Even when this story was released, we wouldn't have been able to do that. No, it's just the fact we've beaten the light heavyweight championship. I cannot stress how incredible it is what you achieved without using feral souls. It's a genuine honor to meet you, though not for the first time, I realize. You do look familiar. It was at the infusion station in the government sector, and it wasn't my finest moment, as you might recall. You're the Arcadian fighter desperate for souls. That's right. I'm sorry you had to see me like that. Anyway, seeing as we're meeting properly now, the name's Lathandri. I used to fight in the Arcadian, but not anymore. I took Queen Fiend's words to heart and found a new job, one where I can put my knowledge of physical conditioning to use. As you know, lots of people were badly hurt when the machine or mechanical soldiers malfunctioned, and I've been assisting with their rehabilitation. Not something I ever imagined doing myself, but here goes. Not many people can help others like you can. I think it's great what you're doing. Thanks. It's encouraging to hear that. There's this fellow who has learned how to walk all over again. Becoming endless would solve his problems, but he's determined to overcome them the hard way, with the body he's got. Seeing that gave me a newfound appreciation for my own body. It's a gift from my parents, a sturdy thing that survived the arena, and I need to take better care of it. I'm the only blue-scaled Hibiko beside my father. Lamati once told me that. I don't know how my father felt about it, and there are times when it hurts to think about the things we share. Still, I don't want to lose that. Even if I could look the same as an endless, I would never throw away this body. Most people would find it hard to do so, I imagine. Just the thought of it makes me feel uncomfortable about the whole becoming endless affair. But I need to get back to work. It was nice talking to you, and thanks for the delivery. Uh, 29, 22, 23, 21. I'm glad I'm the way I am. It's my parents' gift to me, and how I was able to learn more about them, and about myself. Speen is eager to tell Malachite of your success. I believe that takes care of the deliveries. Thank you for taking charge, Nathan. From what I've seen and heard, it is plain the people held their queen in high regard, and the Simulacron has exploited their love and admiration to win over so very many. Come, let us report to Malachite. He'll be back at the north of the recreational zone. So, all the way up there. Malachite seems to be doing better. Those we spoke with all harbour anxieties towards death. It's hardly an unusual sentiment to have, and yet... Done with your deliveries, we just got them back ourselves. Thank you for your assistance. With this, every delivery I had planned for today is accounted for. The reactions I received were mixed. While some were glad, others decided they did not want the items after all. How was your experience? Everyone accepted their items, but they all felt differently about them. One person couldn't remember the peak keepsake's owners, and the others stopped worrying about and the others couldn't stop worrying about their own death. I see. It's difficult indeed to predict how people may behave when confronted with reminders of loss. Of late, I've come to believe that we are each of us the sum of the moments that we've shared with our loved ones. And when they pass away, and we lose our memory of these people, we lose a part of ourselves. It's a thought that saddens me to no end. If our memories of the departed are no longer to be entrusted to the cloud, I wish that those already taken could be returned to us. Well, my friends, I must resume my former duties. Thanks again for your aid. Malachite speaks true. Our memories are what define us. They form the paths we walk, and where we are, or to be where we are. My endless self, I expect, was much alike to me from the beginning, or in the beginning. But I cannot become like her, no matter no more than she could become like me. For our paths diverged, so did our lives and experiences. That's true. Even if we start from the same place, we all have different journeys. At some point, things like our goals and our ways of thinking are bound to change. The Endless Fiend was one possibility, a version of myself who made choices I wanted to believe I never would. I'm beginning to come to terms with the fact that I did, though. Huh. Is that? The simulant. She was looking straight at us. If I didn't know better, I'd say she wanted us to follow her. I have a bad feeling about this, but might not have another chance to figure out what she's up to. We're going after her, right? We should. Sphene shouldn't. Bringing Sphene with us is a bad idea. That was my first time seeing the simulant. Though she was smiling, there's something about her scares me. There's a strange feeling pursuing one spitting image. Where does she want us to go, I wonder? The simulacrum headed into the street over there. The Neon Stein is that way. Let's hurry. Did we lose her? I don't like this. What is she up to? There's a great big screen up there. I imagine that's going to factor into what she's up to.
Not here. Let's press on, if only a little further.
Hey! Are you alright?
So he didn't die. Vexing, but expected.
That was about the strongest bolt we can produce within Everkeep. What now?
We obtain more precise measurements. Narrow the range of variables to avoid unnecessary trial and error. That is the most expeditious course of action.
I know that voice. You there! Yes, you! We have important business with you. We left something in your keeping. The key to interdimensional fusion. You will kindly return it to us, yes?
No. You asked me that after you tried to kill me.
Now that you mention it, the other way around may have been more appropriate. If I had the key, I wouldn't need to be cruel and turn away so many people. Far more than 5,000 could become endless and know eternal happiness.
What? You mean to steal ether from other worlds again?
All is for the sake of his experiments. 'Twas for that reason, you know, that the previous me created the Endless. I pity her. She was forced to attempt the impossible, to turn every soul who dies into an Endless, even though there's no end to them. Admittedly, that was part of the plan. Her desperation would drive her to claim the key and use it, and sure enough, she did just that. I know you had a soft spot for her, Lamachi. So for what it's worth, I'm truly sorry.
Lamachi so wants to punch her.
Alas, we are naught more than pawns, pieces in his grand design.
Don't you dare make light of her love for her people. Don't you dare!
Strike me down if you wish. I shall be made anew. And I doubt many would look kindly upon the vow of resolve of Tuliolol if she attacked a neighboring queen, and not for the first time. Would you be willing to accept the repercussions?
Damn you!
What do you stand to gain by making everyone endless?
You're speaking to me. Our goal is to usher in the next phase of mankind's evolution. Since time immemorial, life has used death to facilitate adaptation in an ever-changing environment. The old and infirm are weeded out, allowing species to thrive. Generational succession. This has been our survival strategy. Yet, this strategy has long since reached its practical limit. It is outdated. It relies on progeny, which gives rise to unchecked population growth. Resources become scarce, invariably leading to conflict. All the while, death is ever present and robs our species of untold potential. Where man now stands in his evolution, bodies of flesh no longer make sense. What we must strive for next is carefully managed, eternal preservation.
You're Calyx, aren't you?
You've seen that name before.
You know him?
The young genius who had mastered electrope technology. He founded the scientific collective known as Preservation and devoted himself to developing a cure for the paralysis which plagued our people. Calyx, you always had your gaze set upon the future, and I know you do now. But I beg you, do not deceive the people of Alexandria. Do not manipulate them with this imitation forged from my memories. Well, how rude. Yet, whatever you may say, I'm the one whom the people regard as queen. You may have worn the crown for a few years, but now you are no one. Just a frail, fleshy version of me that could die at any moment. The kingdom has no use for such as you.
Our demand is simple. Surrender the key. Refusal will necessitate consequences.
Ah, that's right, yeah. Sorry, I was just noticed something. I mentioned earlier, I was wondering what weapon or what relic weapon these ones came from. And it's a pair of replica Vana'diel knives. I don't know whether or not they were the final tier of the knives, but I do like them. Plus they fit this environment. What a cruel thing to say to Sphene. Are you alright, Nathan? Forgive me. I was once able to use healing spells, but my long slumber appears to have sapped my magical reserves. It's frustrating to be so powerless. Perhaps I must accept my newfound limitations. It's fine, I've experienced far worse. Sphene has a pained look in her eyes. Alexandria has no need for Queen Sphene. It is the Queen of Reason, my endless counterpart, that they love. And although it's a hard truth to accept, it is nevertheless the truth. I must find a new way to serve. You're not alone, and together we can get through anything. Well said. And it just so happens there's something that only you can do right now at this moment. Let's start with Calyx. What can you tell us about him? He was a prodigy who was specialized in the field of electric, and made his mark during the Storm Surge. Yet, even as he basked in the admiration of his peers, he struggled with an illness he had from birth, which left him precious little time to live. For him to still be here 4 centuries on, I think it's safe to assume that he too has become an Endless. I see. While we are somewhat familiar with preservation, I never imagined we'd cross paths with one of them like this. You know about preservation? We do. They're supposed to have created Everkeep's core systems as well as the Endless theme. Did they? Well, while I was slumbering. The members of Oblivion have spent a long time investigating preservation. We should head to the back room and tell them what happened. Okay. Oh, we are right by the back room. How convenient. It's almost as if they planned it. The sign may yield some clues. Are you feeling all right? We'll give the others the summary, but we can wait in details if you need some rest. I think that Kryle's parents were once members of Preservation. We heard about the ambush. You seem to have weathered it well, but try to avoid straining yourself. Do you hear me? It's okay, look, I can heal myself. See? All good.
We've heard what happened. So, preservation has revealed itself at last.
And using the key, they mean to turn even more people into Endless. It seems safe to assume that they too intend to steal ether from the other reflections. But unlike the previous Sphere, they have no intention of saving everyone. Calyx, of all people, would know precisely how much ether is required to sustain an Endless. Thus, he is able to set a realistic limit to their creation, without being swayed by emotion.
Carefully managed, eternal preservation. Whether or not this can be considered an evolution, 'tis plain that man's very existence would be forever changed.
Say, if this Calyx is as brilliant a scientist as everyone says, could he have been the one who erased everyone's memories of Endless Fiend's death?
That is a possibility, though I cannot speak to his motives.
Though Calyx has outright stated his ultimate goal, how his actions will further this agenda remains unclear. That said, we have seen how anxiety towards death continues to spread amongst Alexandrians. Perhaps the simulant stokes this fear, to entice them to become endless.
Everyone is afraid of death. We try to put it out of our minds, and I do not blame the people for feeling as they do. Nonetheless, I wish to stop the simulant. I wish to do what I can for those who believe in their queen. Although I wear no crown, Were I to forsake the people, then I would truly have no place here.
I don't know if this will help in that endeavor, but I've found something interesting. When I analyzed the sign that Calyx appeared on, I was able to determine the source of transmission. I traced it back to a terminal used only by preservation, located in the Foundation sector.
Foundation sector? That came up in my mother's records, didn't it? It's where the old castle was hidden.
Everkeep was built atop the castle of the former kingdom. Access to the immediate area, the Foundation sector, is highly restricted, with map data accordingly classified.
The old castle is inside this tower.
It's an ideal place for preservation to conceal a terminal, I must say. Having existed since the storm surge, they would be familiar with the castle's layout.
But I wonder, would someone so versed in electrope, such as Calyx, be so careless as to leave a trail?
Oh, I expect he intended for us to find the terminal.
It may be a trap, but it's our only lead. What do you think, my friend?
If we have a lead, I say we follow it. We can't leave them to their own devices. I think a little revenge is in order. My thinking is more along the lines of we specialize in triggering traps.
Agreed. And besides, you owe him for that bolt of lightning.
If you're set on this course of action, I'll work on getting you access to the Foundation sector. Sit tight for now.
Please, let me come with you. I may not possess any special skills, but I know the castle better than any. So please.
All right. If that's what you want, then we go together. The rest of us will take point and secure the way, and we'll count on you to guide us in the castle.
In the words of Fiend's memories, or in the world of Fiend's memories, the town was already submerged. Given their dire circumstances, I expect the people considered stripping the castle for materials to rebuild. For the structure to endure even now, it speaks to its importance to the Alexandrians, as well as their resilience. Calyx determined how many will become endless, but leaves the choice of who in the hands of the people. This is his idea of fairness, or is this his idea of fairness, or does he simply not care? Perhaps he considers all worthy of salvation. Oh, but it's too early for such speculation. I'm working on securing a route to the Foundation sector. Please sit tight for a while. According to the records from Uweyatiwati, my mother was investigating eugenics for her own research into souls. There was map data for eugenics in the records, and that's how we learned about the castle in the Foundation sector. At least we have a plan. Let's make it count. Thank you for allowing me to compete. It may take time for me to find my new place in this new Alexandria, but I will, slowly but surely. Let's have more of this. The castle was once my home. I shall do my utmost to be of use in this mission. Shield is eager to get on with it. Right, I believe I plotted a viable route to the Foundation sector. As we don't have much information on the area, I'll come along and gather geological data on site. You can leave the navigating to me. I'll stay behind this time, but let me know if there's anything I can do to help. Oblivion is fortunate to have a capable adapter like you, Guruja, and no matter what the future holds, your knowledge of Electrope is bound to serve you well. With such dependable support here, we may embark on our mission. Come, let's head to the lift in the government sector. Be safe out there. Though it was but from a distance, I remember the sight of Alexandrian's castle in the virtual domain. I wonder how it looks now compared to then. From here, we head to the very bottom of Everkeep, and I can't help but feel nervous, returning there after so long. Calyx has all but invited us, so we must assume that we are expected. Oblivion's gotten us permission to use the lift. It's nice when things can move quickly. There's no direct lift to the Foundation sector, so we'll have to transfer to another on the way. If we take the wrong lift, we'll end up in the wrong sector, so be sure to follow her instructions. According to Tashilaja's records, the tower is divided into inner and outer sections below Organics. The castle is at the heart of the inner sector. So upon arriving in the Foundation sector, we need to make our way inwards. Nathan, take this communicator with you. It's been modified to track your coordinates, so I'll be guiding you as we collect data. Sounds like we're all set. Let's get going. The Underkeep is now accessible. I guess who we're bringing with us is already decided. I shall follow close behind with Shale. Alrighty, I should have eaten food before I pushed the button, never mind. Sectoral, the Underkeep.
There are beasts ahead of you. They must have gotten in and made themselves at home.
Seems we must clear the path. Indeed, let us proceed with caution. Why do you lag so much? My local server is Europe. It's not that far away. They're like so much behind them that I can never see them talking. Actually, I think technically, if they're in Doton, then this is a more effective, or even more effective with just the 2 targets. Ordinarily, your AoE isn't effective against, or as effective against 2 targets as it is against just a single target. You need 3 for it to actually be more DPS. But I think with Doton and the upgrade to Doton, causes those snakes, it's actually more effective. But I could be wrong. I have not checked the numbers in over 2 years.
Hold on.
Back off!
Allow me.
There should be an access hatch nearby that leads inside. Look for an opening.
Sands have built up here over long years. Now to put my training on the beach to good use. There's more than one sandworm here. There's 3 of them.
Now I'll show you!
Wasn't the button I was heading for. F10 is my stun. Guess we go this way.
I'm detecting something big. You'll have to deal with it to continue on.
Whoa, that is a big bug. Has it been using this chamber as its lair? lost a portal fleeting Raiju. Vexing creature, that was. To think it was clever enough to use the pipes and the sand to its advantage. Please, the gear I can use. I know it will give me gear I use at the end, but I do need more of it. I haven't missed any along the way, have I? I don't think so.
Construction was apparently a constant battle against the rising water level. Even during the war, the people labored to maintain the castle. It meant a lot to them. It's upsetting to think that Preservation's terminal is in this place.
Hold on. Someone's jammed communications. Step alert.
Was Shale's transmissions cut off? We knew it wouldn't be easy. Let's stay strong and keep going. We did in fact get a ring we can use. Good. I don't know whether it'll be any good, but we'll put that to one side and deal with it later. Bygone burn scrubber. Or burn or subburner.
Hold still.
I have a full burst ready.
Hold on.
No good. Not useful.
Hold on.
So, you have come. Let us measure your strength.
Soldier S5 receiving room. That voice, Calyx. Is he testing us against that mechanical soldier? Going to be slightly out of order. That. Bisect the right side. Be careful whichever is the last one. Left side. That's easier. I've only just noticed the additional casting bar there. It works.
That was hardly a challenge, I see. You will show me more. I bid you press on.
Fine by me. If he wants a show, let's give him one. Can't see where the next enemy is, so I'm not going to bother running ahead. Complete order of operations failure there. Didn't even put Doton down. Double check the numbers to see whether or not I can more effectively kill two enemies or with AoE than with single attacks. There they are. If I had known they were there, I would have taken a few extra steps. Come on, be kind. Give me one more piece I can actually use before the final chest, which is guaranteed to give us one. That is not helpful. Next group must be up there.
Allow me.
Back off!
Take that!
There's no way that thing's alone. The last one before the boss.
You are untroubled thus far, but I have something that may test you yet.
God damn it, more materia. I don't need materia. Shouldn't this be the last boss room? Yeah, there we go. That's one where the cutscene was. Okay, keep an eye on the lasers on the side of the room. Indefectible defense. Valkyria.
We still lack sufficient data. Very well. Let us see how you perform against this.
Okay.
This machine has long guarded these crumbling halls. How will you handle this?
They're going to explode, but how big? Here they explode in a square.
Let us introduce more weaponry.
I was gonna say that's probably gonna kill me. And that was hard, not even my fault. The NPCs made the mistake there. The lines or the cones expanded after they came or joined me. So while there was enough room initially, there wasn't afterwards. And they didn't adjust. Because they're not that smart. Duly noted.
This machine has long guarded these crumbling walls. How will you handle this?
Oh, the actual stone does body block us.
Let us introduce more weaponry. Let us see what this yields. Perhaps a new approach to assess your adaptability.
So that's going to teleport over to there, which means that'll go up first.
Still alive. How unfortunate. For you to die here, it would save me trouble later.
Didn't see that one. Yeah, these little squares don't hurt us. Oh, god damn it.
I'm beginning to understand how you were able to defeat Queen Eternal.
Hold still!
Just the beginning.
So why did I have an immunity to death once? Was that because I failed once? Okay.
Just the beginning.
That will do. We have enough to proceed with an analysis.
I wonder if it gave me, or did give me a free revive as a result of me dying. Specifically because, in an ordinary dungeon, the healer would have been able to pick me back up again, assuming that they hadn't died as well. Let's have a look. It's activated, no longer sealed, we sealed off in 15 seconds. There's nothing in the chat or in the general log as to what happened there. You survived the attack by virtue of your strength of will. I assume that's what it must be. Cheryl and Sveen shouldn't be far behind. Where are you hiding, Calyx? That is not useful! Scouting! Give me scouting gear! I mean, exiting will give us a free piece of scouting gear, but I would have liked more than one piece for the entire dungeon. Never mind. Breaches of scouting.
Calyx was measuring our strength. Is that why he contrived to lead us here?
It looks like we've cleared away the machines and beasts. But who knows what else he might have in store. From here on out, Sveen and Shale will move with us. Let's find that terminal. Stay alert for more threats.
Before my illness left me bedridden, I used to walk through here on my way to watch Otis and Zelenia train. You knew Otis, if I'm not mistaken. Zelenia was his second in command in the Royal Knights of Alexandria. Oh, how I loved to see the two of them spar. I once dreamed of fighting by their side, so I studied the magical arts under my tutor. But when I was 15, the storm surge broke out, and both my father and mother passed away. As the new queen, I was forbidden from taking to the battlefield, for our nation would fracture had I died without a successor. Though in the end I could barely move, I regret that I didn't go out there and fight. At least while I still could. My endless self lamented not being able to protect the realm with benevolence. 'Tis a feeling to which I can relate.
Sveen.
Ah, forgive me. 'Twas not my intent to darken the mood. Come, let us press on.
This is one big castle, though. How far does this hallway go? Do you know, Sveen?
We've disappeared.
What?
What happened?
I wouldn't stand in the middle of there if I was me.
Oh, it seems our guest brought company. So this was your doing? It was. We installed a teleporter that is triggered by the presence of the key, you see?
I didn't think we had it on us. Last time...
I'm afraid etheric transmissions cannot penetrate the walls of the throne room. It will take your friends a good while to find you.
They will break down the walls of the castle.
I confess the Valiapira did not suffice to assess your capabilities. So I shall try something else. You are free to use anything at your disposal. The better you fight, the more accurate my data. Attaining a precise measure of your strength, that is the most expeditious way to reclaim the key to which you so stubbornly cling.
Ah, noble Zelenia, dashing as ever. These villains mean to do us harm. Strike them down, I bid you. What? This machine is Zelenia! Indeed it is. We couldn't preserve her memories while she lived, so she has been reconstructed from our recollections of her.
In which case, she'll answer to you.
The endless me being created in answer to the earnest desires of Alexandrians. That I can accept. But to twist the memories of those I held dear and treat them as playthings. This disgrace I cannot abide! Loath though I am to comply with their demands, this monstrosity must be destroyed. Not least of all for Zelenia's honor. If she was indeed created from my memories, even if I cannot fight, I may be able to offer you counsel. So please, lend me your strength and end this farce.
I had a feeling that was coming.
Ah, there it is.
We have a trials whom's arse we have to kick. Well, Q in a second, we should get the gear that we got that's we can use equipped first. That's annoying. Where'd they go? I swear it gave us... Oh no, it didn't. So the only piece of gear we got from all of that we can actually use is the ring. It's critical hit, direct hit, critical hit, determination. Otherwise they're basically the same. Yeah, I've not been getting lucky getting those materia back. Roses of May. Or at least a remix of it. OCV matrix. Still too short from being able to do the Arcadian, which is fine, we're not going to have the time today. Actually no, is it Roses of May? I definitely remember this tune. Recollection. We don't have the item level for it. God damn you, game! What am I supposed to do now? I can't buy the new stuff yet. I haven't got enough tomes. Ah, maybe I do. Maybe I can get something. If you had just given me 2 pieces of the loot from either of the dungeons we did so far, either the Alliance Raid or that dungeon, I would probably have enough, and I wouldn't need to buy something subpar to fill in the gap. We've not got enough memetics, but we should have enough mathematics for something. Let me check. Discipline of 4, accessories, yeah. Just 1 would do it. And yeah, I think it's better off just spending them, or spending these and these to fill the gap. Substats wise, it may as well be optimal. Critical and skill speed in the earring. Critical and skill speed is the one to replace, so aiming, critical determination, that'll do. Saves over there. Hey, gave me that one back. It isn't maxed. I don't want to waste these, we don't have many of them. One's going to waste stats, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, how many of these do we have? They're from... Yeah, they're the last tier. These are the current tier. I have a lot more of them than I thought I did. I mean, it's fine. We're going to be swapping gear out fairly readily. But we've probably got enough of these to probably materia up whatever the endgame gear is once we get to it. But that gives us enough. Okay, recollection. Less than 5 minutes, the queue says. We are going to trust it and eat this now. Is there any reason for me to keep these? No, we've just replaced them. Let's just desynthesize them. While we're waiting, Seeker of Eternity, 8 quests. Dawntrail, post-main scenario quests. Crossroads are the last one of the previous one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's 3 more after this. Why am I reading this in the wrong direction? Descend the foundations. Ah, these are completed ones. So we are on the 6th one. There's 2 more after it. I will have to look for a hunt group or something. What I wanted to do was push forward far enough that we could actually unlock... it's not called Expert Roulette anymore because they've changed it. I think. Level cap dungeons. But I need to unlock 1 more before I can use that roulette. Because that roulette on its own is a reasonably good way to get some of the top tier tomes. Followed by Alliance Raid. It's only 15, but still, 15 each day adds up. Plus it's level cap dungeons, so all of them give me those tomes. Yeah, 20 for those. The one we just did is 30. So it'll be 35 per one. Either way, I need to do something to collect the extras for the weekly cap. I think what I'll need to do after tomorrow's stream when we do cruise weight is I will need to run cruise weight a bunch more times just to collect a bunch more tokens. And just grab a bunch of that gear. Drag my eye level up. But I think what we'll do tomorrow, given that we're going to be... This is going to take us, I imagine, the rest of the stream. Got 1 hour, 20 minutes left. If I end at the usual time, I may do those 4 extra quests today. And then we'll do Arcadian Cruise Weight tomorrow. And I think we will make a start on the Occultic Crescent. We'll progress that for the rest of the day. So that I can work on my relic weapon. I think that will be the plan for tomorrow. Tomorrow's Thursday, right? I want to say. Yeah. One is which? Grade 1, that's grade 2. So does that mean this stuff goes in the other retainer? all of this is older stuff. I don't know why I kept all of that stuff then. And some lumber, superior lumber, grade 2 gem sap dexterity, grade 1 gem sap dexterity. Yeah. It does all go in here, one way or the other. I doubt it'll be usable or useful for anything in the future, but we may as well keep hold of it. Sorry. All this stuff's over here. You can. Although, I imagine the second we start, it'll ding. Yep.
I am Zelenia Trianta Philly, Royal Knight of Alexandria, and sworn blade of Her Majesty the Queen.
Okay.
Upon my blade I swear, no harm shall come to Her Highness.
You will not defile Zelenia's memory any longer.
Nah, bollocks. That didn't look like that's what that was.
I know this technique. You must keep moving.
Oh, that kind of...
Have at you!
Her blade work should be recreated so faithfully.
I will suffer none to threaten Alexandria! Heavens roar!
Ah, bollocks. I forgot to move in.
Zelenia was capable of much, much more.
I will show you the soul of a royal knight! For the honor and glory of Alexandria, I strike!
I'm alive!
No more games!
Quickly! Away from the sigils! The sigils channel magic! Be on your guard!
for blade and magic both. Have at you!
Okay, it's not one that you need to keep moving, you just need to move out of the
My
circle.
steel! There is no escape! Surge!
I don't know what that's going to do.
Have at you!
Time. Let's go in there.
I know this is
damn
merely a
it.
reconstruction.
I didn't pay attention to where the
And
second
yet-
one was.
I have pledged my life to the kingdom.
Wait for those to go off.
Have at you! My resolve shall never waver. I am sworn to protect my queen! I will die before I yield!
Where think we're going to get to? LB3. Yeah, we may have done, but it would have been a little bit of a waste. I did not see the order they appeared in.
A disgraceful display. Forgive me, my queen. I have failed you.
And they all left before I could give them any kind of commendations. Thank you for keeping me from harm.
Did you get what you needed?
I did. Though these figures will complicate matters.
Is that so? Well, if we are done here, then I shall end the transmission. Hold it! If you have no scruples about thus defiling the memories of Zelenia, Then there is no way we will ever see eye to eye. You are not fit to be entrusted with the cherished memories of Alexandrians.
I, for one, have no wish to employ the fruits of my research in this manner. It is a waste of time and effort. But since I relinquished my flesh long ago, I must resort to every conceivable method, so long as the hero insists on keeping the key. Why do you so oppose our objective? With the key, we would be able to harvest ether from other reflections and bring forth more endless. We could give this chance to evolve not only to the people of the Ninth, but to those of the Source as well. I see no reason why you should reject such a boon.
We won't let you lay a finger on the reflections. You're aware of the connection between the worlds. No, we won't let you lay a finger on the reflections. We don't care whose soul you're taking.
How miserly you are. But unless you're willing to compromise, you won't be able to save anyone or anything. Well, I'd say our conversation has run its course. Ultimately, what you think is immaterial, for the seeds we've sown have already quickened. The people have glimpsed hope in transcending death, and they can ill turn away from it. And thus does my role come to an end. The rest I leave in your capable hands, Calyx.
As a token of gratitude for consenting to my tests, I leave you with a gift. Be sure to take it with you.
The Queen's regulator. 1 second, I need to close curtains. Zelina was kind, but she could be stern. A pillar of strength when I ascended to the throne in troubled times. Not only did she protect me, but she also buoyed my spirit whenever it was threatened to buckle under the pressure of my station. By preserving her memory and honor, you've done much more for me than you could know. Thank you, Nathan. Okay. Under no circumstances whatsoever should you wear that crown, Sphene. Are you listening to me? Do not put that crown on. It's a regulator. It can mess with your memories. Sphene stands in silence.
Selenia, it pains me to think that you're gone too.
Aha! Oh, we found you at last.
You had us quite worried when you suddenly disappeared. What in the world happened?
Then Preservation's objective is indeed what Calyx claimed. But for them to know about the Source and the Shards, and to refer to theirs as the Ninth, that raises some questions.
Indeed. But for now, I'm just glad the two of you are safe. Oh, right. While we were scouring the castle for you, we came upon a room that looked like a library.
By learning about the Alexandria of old, we may gain valuable insights into preservation. Might we take a number of books with us?
So books still remain. Of course. You are welcome to any that may be of use.
If you don't mind, could we take a look around here first? I'm especially curious about the area over by the throne.
This tiara... it was hers, the Endless Fiend's. What's it doing here?
It's a type of regulator, I believe. It contains the data of the Endless Fiend's memories. Calyx likely used it to create the simulant. Which means that as long as the tiara is in our keeping, we shouldn't need to deal with any more simulants. Strange that he would abandon it, though. Perhaps because the simulant already played her role, like she said. Or Calyx made a copy of the memories. In any case, not much information of import appears to remain on this terminal. But I'll make it so we can access it remotely from the back room.
This contains the memories of another me. The tale of her journey as Queen of Alexandria. Might I hold on to this tiara? You may examine it whenever you wish, of course.
It would be for the best, I think. Does that work for you, Shale?
No objections from me. All right, I'm finished. Let's head to the library, and then back outside.
Farewell, Selenia.
We're being sent straight back here. Makes things convenient. Calyx seems to consider the reflections naught but a field to be harvested for his endless. I do not make a habit of dismissing the assertion of others out of hands, but I cannot abide such a callous disregard for life. The interface made it impossible to locate, or interference made it impossible to locate you, and prevented link pearl transmissions besides. Apologies that we couldn't be there for the critical moment, but as usual you found a way to handle matters. Based on the geographic data I gathered, it seems the intersection containing the castle served as a residential area during the early stages of the Everkeep's construction. The outer sector was then added when they expanded the structure onto its present-day shape. I expect the system to dry the earth was installed so that they could build a stable foundation on submerged land. I'm glad everyone's safe. The Endless Fiend was just a projected image outside of living memory, so it was a bit of a surprise to see an actual item that belonged to her. On the way back, I asked Shale why the tiara might have been in the throne room. She believed it was being used to record Fiend's actions. There's no way to tell whether or not this was her knowledge, or with her knowledge. But it can't be used for questionable ends anymore, so at least we can take comfort in that. The simulant gave the impression that she wouldn't be back, but I suppose only time will tell. At present, we have no further leads on Calyx. For now, perhaps you could take a moment to contact our friends. It'd be good to catch up, or catch each other up on recent developments, and I'm certain everyone would appreciate hearing from you. Let's do it in order. If it isn't Nathan, is something the matter? So preservation is behind the recent intrigue. That doesn't surprise me. I'm glad to hear that you are none the worse for your trials, though. As for myself, I just concluded meeting with Gosan. I told him about the cure for Levin's sickness, and we formed a tentative plan to treat all those who are stricken. I am now otherwise unoccupied, so I shall take a look around the governmental sector to see if auught's amiss. And if this Calyx is obsessed with the key, then I ought to begin studying it in earnest as well. Excellent timing, my friend. I've had a mind to call you myself to see how you were faring. Calyx. While something was obviously afoot, you couldn't imagine that such an individual would be involved. It is well that you were able to prevent the simulacrum from sowing further uncertainty. That said, her absence may have consequences. The people of Alexandria still have great trust in Sphene. It is plain in the way that they speak of her even now, and in how the simulacrum was able to win them over. When they noticed she was ceasing to appear again, rumours and worries will spread. But we must be mindful of any pronounced shift in mood of the populace. But forgive me, it's been battle after battle for you, hasn't it? We can handle ourselves for now, so pray rest up while you can and recover your strength. Hello? Oh yes, hello? Nathan? For you to call out of the blue, is something wrong? What? You went all the way to the bottom of Everkeep and you didn't even think to ask me to come? I did not, actually. But now that you mention it, yes, I can understand that you would probably have liked to have come. But I suppose I've been fairly busy myself. I'm pleased to say that we've received permission to begin administering the cure for Levin's sickness to the citizens. I'm actually due to visit a boy named Milo shortly, to see how he's responding to his treatment. You've met him before with Lamati, I believe. The two of you should attend as well, if you have the time. Nathan, this is a surprise. Has Wook Lamott gotten into trouble again? I see. Knowing you, I expect you're already looking forward to the next obvious trap. Try not to overdo it. I'm in the outskirts at the moment. I've been helping the people with their work and talking to those I met to gauge their sentiment. It's been uneventful for the most part, but there was one notable development. Following recent events, some have stopped wearing regulators. This has led to a disparity in what people remember about the Queen's death, and the occasional episode of confusion. I'll be sure to let you know if there's if there's any other changes. I thought I heard Alice yelling. I hope everything is alright. Were you able to reach everyone? That's well. It irks me to think that we're being led on by Calyx, but I'll do my best to find clues of this passage. I'll take a look at the Preservation Terminal. Hopefully there'll be something useful. Is it Preservation? Being in contact with people so far away so easily can do wonders for your peace of mind. I think pearls really are convenient things. Mobile phones really are convenient things. What do the others have to say, if I may ask? They finished treating Milos. Then we have to go and visit him. Would you mind if I accompanied you? I understand he's afflicted with the self-same condition I was, and I cannot help but worry for him. Of course, we don't mind at all. In the meantime, I shall take myself around Solution 9 and see how things are. I share Alphino's concerns about the Queen's absence, and even setting that aside, the situation is not likely to resolve itself while becoming endless remains an option. I had been meaning to visit some shops, so I shall join Cryo. While everyone's out and about, I'll try to pick up Calyx's trail. I'll see if I can't dig up some information about the key for your storer as well. I'll help you. It seems we all have things to do. Still, there's no telling what else Calyx might have planned, so be careful, everyone. Right. Let's go to Milo's apartment. It's in residential radius 914, if I remember correctly. Calyx is more clever than anyone has a right to be, and I'll sniff him out somehow. Just leave it to me. Lamati told me about Milos. She said he was around my age, but couldn't leave his bed. I'd like to go meet him next time. Maybe we can be friends. Be up. There you are. Next time something is in the offing, you best remember to call me. I understand my endless self visited Milos often. I'll keep quiet so as not to draw suspicion. Looks like Milo is sitting up. I've seen the treatment before, so I knew it would work, but it's still so amazing. Alice and your Stoller are miracle workers. It's good to see you again, and a delight to know that you and Alice are friends. She's been very kind to us. Hello? You came before, with Queen's Fiend. I'm glad. I'm glad you came again. I believe he'll be fine now, but just for good measure, I'll administer a healing spell.
I once hoped that Milos at least might be made an endless. Then he wouldn't need to suffer anymore.
You feel different now?
Thanks to Alizé, Milos is on the road to recovery. He can grow up and live a normal life. And I want to be there with him every step of the way. To grow old with him as his mother and not something else.
That should do it. You're doing well, I'm glad to say.
Thank you, Alizé.
You're welcome, Milos. Now, you'll feel breathless for a little while still, but don't fret. It'll get easier to speak with time. That said, we can't rule out the possibility of a relapse. As a precaution, I would keep him away from lightning-infused objects.
Lightning. Does that include regulators?
It does. I understand if it's difficult for you to part with something that you've worn for so long, though, so it's entirely up to you.
No. For Milos's sake, I will do it. And if the environment here isn't good for him, I must consider moving outside the dome.
You two would be more than welcome in Tulijola.
It's very assuring to hear that. If you don't mind, could you tell me about the process?
I'm happy. I can talk again. Before, I couldn't even thank my mother for caring for me. But now we can talk lots. I can tell her that I'm happy. That I like it when she strokes my hair.
Your mother is happy to talk to you as well, I'm sure.
Queen Sphene always cheered me up. Always said that she would cure me. Today, I'll practice walking with Mother. And next time, I'll go and visit you.
Thank you for explaining everything.
We'll come again to check on you. So if you have any other questions, just let me know. Right. Let's get going, shall we?
Please come back soon. You too, miss.
It's good to see Milos doing so well.
The Endless Me gave him the strength to hang on, and she didn't rely on any special power to do so.
She wanted her people to be happy. Even though we had to fight, her love for them was very real. And it reached Milos.
I wish to be there to watch him grow as well. To make my way beside the people of Alexandria. In the name of his evolution, Calyx has wrought much unease and misery, and I cannot condone his path. No, I shall forge ahead on a path of my own, one that honors the memory of my other self.
On Questland. wish Endless Fiend could have been here to see Milos. As I treated Milos with Angelo, I couldn't help but think of Gabu and Heldrick. I wonder how they've been. Fiend is in high spirits. Milo is a kind and brave boy. They did well to see him. Or it did me well to see him. One day, I hope I can speak with him about my other son. Come, let us return to the back room, and on the way, let us pick treats for our friends. A little gift to show our appreciation for their hard work.
Citizens of Alexandria, please be advised. The distribution of neo-regulators has concluded. We ask that all recipients equip their regulators and promptly complete device registration. The evolution of our kind is at hand. Together we shall rise above death and bask in the infinite possibilities of eternal life.
What is this?
Evolution? What evolution?
Those with neo-regulators will become endless, apparently.
You mean there's no more? Well, don't you feel lucky?
Don't look at me like that. Queen's Fiend said there were only so many.
I haven't registered mine yet. The more I thought about it, the more unsure I felt about becoming an Endless.
Well, I registered right away. Anything to stop those terrible nightmares of being killed by mechanical soldiers.
Ultimately, what you think is immaterial, for the seeds we've sown have already quickened. The people have glimpsed hope in transcending death, and they can ill turn away from it. I see. The terror of their first encounter with death still lingers in their hearts. Having previously been spared even the idea of it, they know not how to handle the emotions.
The funeral was meant to give everyone the chance to come to terms with loss, to grieve and move forward together. But everyone who was wearing a regulator had their memories of that moment erased. And to see those oblivious, happy souls, those who remembered must have wondered if it might not be better to be like them, to go back to a time when death didn't exist.
And now they've been presented with the chance to do just that by becoming an Endless. It's not hard to see why they would consider it.
If this fear of death continues to spread among the people, what will become of Alexandria? The gifts for our friends will have to wait. We should return to the back room at once.
Oh, you're safe. That broadcast had us worried. The entire populace is on edge.
So Alphino and the others are still out there.
situation on our hands. A civilian has been killed by a mechanical soldier here on Trueview. Wayakwe is on the scene and reports that the problem unit has been subdued by another sentry.
That doesn't make sense. Only someone with the King of Resolve's authority could order a soldier to do that.
Not good. I tried to check the status of the authority but was blocked from the core system. Given recent developments, I'd wager that Calyx is responsible for this.
Perhaps we should go and see for ourselves.
It's me. There's been an incident in the outskirts. A mechanical soldier attacked a local resident, for no apparent reason. Fortunately, several nearby hunters dealt with the rogue machine, so everyone is safe. But if other soldiers were to... Wait. Is that... Oh gods. More hostile sentries are bound for the settlement. I'll try to lure them away and then lose them somehow.
Ill tidings, I take it.
In the outskirts too?
You'll go and help Erenville, won't you? We couldn't forgive ourselves if he came to harm. I'll have Geo join you from Earth and Sky.
I'm coming too. I can't stay here while my people are in danger.
Let's go.
Okay, we're going straight to here. I don't see Erenveld. I pray he hasn't come to harm. The people here took care of me, gave me food and made sure I was alright. I can't bear to imagine the soldiers hurting them. So this is how it is outside. These clouds. Never mind. Finding Erenveld is what matters right now. Things have settled down here, but I see no sign of Erenveld. Let's split and look for him. Grulja, Sveen, please search in the settlement area. Meanwhile, the rest of us who can defend ourselves will head out further. It's up there. Thank you. Oh, thank you. That was a close call. My thanks. I was leading the soldiers away when I saw this poor fellow who was being pursued. I went to help, but was rather out of my depth. Well, lucky you found us when you did. Oh, and Vald, I'm glad you're safe. We were quite worried when we couldn't find you. We encountered soldiers on the way here. They paid us no mind, but some turned out to be hostile. There's no way to tell until they set on you. The ones here who attacked without any warning, if I hadn't been paying attention, it could have ended badly. Thankfully, the others were able to escape. We should return to outskirts and take stock. I did not expect to see you again so soon. Allow me to thank you again for your earlier help. We responded to Chael's call as quickly as we could. Others are out keeping an eye out for soldiers nearby. Thank you, Nathan, for protecting everyone. But you shouldn't have had to. None of this would have happened if I could control the soldiers. No one thought Blue Jar might have been behind the attacks. They know that he would never make the soldiers do them harm. Even so, he feels responsible for the machine's actions. It's a misplaced burden, and I pray it drives him not to despair. The situation here appears to be resolved, but I doubt we've seen the last of such incidents. I did not expect to see Malachite out here. Given his own trauma, I wonder if he'll be alright.
Right. We're none the worse for the wear. But let's see what the situation is here.
Geode and his people came and joined us while we were searching for you. After which we happened to encounter Malachite. His usher duties brought him here, and he has quite the story to tell.
It's a bit puzzling, to say the least. Even so, I'll try my best to explain. I was called to attend to the unfortunate soul slain by the mechanical soldier. Yet, when I arrived, I found no body, only a pile of dust, which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it.
How odd. Did they remember the victim at least?
They did. Their memories of the deceased weren't sent to the cloud, I don't believe. Yet, no body remained.
If someone took it, surely they would have been noticed.
With your permission, I shall return to the government sector for now. Please take care.
There's a pile of dust, so there's clearly something there.
This is terrible. Why would they make the soldiers do this?
If preservation is behind the attacks, I fear this won't be the end of it.
All the Neo-regulators have been distributed, and potentially 5,000 Endless are about to be born. What does Calyx hope to achieve with these killings? Does he seek to frighten people into registering them? Or perhaps...
get the people to fight over them.
Oh, thank the 12 you answered. Shale told me what happened. Is everything all right? I see. 'Tis a relief to hear that Erenville is safe. Alas, I do not have good news to share in return. A driver lost control of his vehicle when its interface became unresponsive, and it crashed into the Nexus arcade, injuring several people. Kryl and I are helping to render aid, but with the sentries behaving strangely, we can't afford to lower our guard. Remain vigilant, my friend.
I just received word from the backroom. A hover cargo on TrueView threw off its driver, and it's rampaging through the area as we speak.
Alphino had a similarly troubling report for me. Apparently, a riderless machine in the government sector came to life near a crowd clamoring for neo-regulators. It proceeded to mow down several citizens, causing serious injuries.
This is a tragedy. We must go and help the people.
Sphene, wait! I'm coming with you!
Alphino is with Y'shtola, and he said they'll be all right. I'll go and see if other incidents have occurred elsewhere. From here, I'll head towards the quarry by way of the Drift Downs.
Certainly a lot of hover cargoes coming and going in those parts. I'll join you.
I shall remain here and speak further with the locals. I have company now, so you needn't worry about me.
Then let's return to Solution 9. If we hurry, we can catch up to Lamachi and Sphene.
Sphene's gone on ahead. I leave her with you.
Bloody things have gone mad!
Why is this happening? Surely there's a finite number of these things.
Everyone, please try to remain calm and make your way to resolution! This is just like before, when Zerioja unleashed the soldiers on us. I don't have any souls left. I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
Are you all...
No! No! Why did you do that? Why? You can't just leave me alone like this! If we had been endless then, you'd still be here. You'd still be with me. But now...
Are you all right?
So many hurt. So many dead. This is wrong. This is all wrong.
I think the 12, you're unharmed. I wasn't expecting that not to be voiced. It is small solace amid this tragedy, however. The machine's rampage seems to have only been temporary. Soldiers and vehicles alike ceased to operate all at once, as if they had fulfilled their purpose. It's the same outside Everkeep, though the members of Oblivion are keeping watch for good measure. The first attacks came shortly after the announcement that the Neo-Regulators had run out. It can't be a coincidence. I struggle to imagine that anyone but Calyx could gain control of the soldiers. This must have served his end in some way. Guluja, are you still without your authority? It's fine now. I'm in control again. We might take the opportunity to shut down the machines. There's no guarantee this won't happen again. Lamati was just talking with Everkeep's administrators about that. They said it wasn't so simple. The mechanical soldiers don't only serve as guards, they also perform various vital tasks, like providing medical treatment and managing food production. If we shut them down, we'll struggle to render aid to the citizens, let alone restore their lives to normal. I made it so they can't use weapons anymore, though. Hopefully, that'll make it a little safer. That seems the best approach for now. Thanks for your swift action, Guluja. This powerlessness. I can abide it no longer. No matter how much hardship and loss we could endure if there was but happiness at the end. Yet all I see now is suffering and misery. And I cannot bear it. I want to protect the people for their happiness. I would do anything and everything. So please, please lend me your aid. You didn't need to ask. Oh, Sphene. You found the words I wished to say back then. Or I wish you had said back then. Our strength is yours, Sphene. Together we'll get through this. Let us split up and get to work. I might trouble you to report to the Shale and my friend. Couriers and cleaners are clearing away the wreckage of vehicles and soldiers. It's the first step to getting things back to normal. It pains me that the people were made to suffer even more after so much hardship and tragedy. But you and yours saved many lives. I cannot thank you enough. Malachite and his fellows are tending to the deceased. His trauma must make his work the work difficult. But he's determined to do what he can. It's been a trying day, but it seems the worst is behind us. What's the situation out there now? You've moved quickly to restore things to normal. Thank you. Yet, while disarming the soldiers is indeed prudent, it is far from comprehensive measure when the vehicles can be commandeered to inflict damage and sow chaos. For the time being, I'll set our people to keep in a close watch on the machines. I also have a mind to consult the authorities about enlisting hunters to our aid. I must regain my proficiency in magic. To that end, I shall seek advice from Yustola and Alice. Among the books we recovered from the castle was a grimoire I once used. I hope to learn to wield it again. At everyone's side. As for the key, I think it's best that it remains in your care, though it means you will bear the greatest risk. In order to ease your burden, I shall endeavour to become a capable warrior, and make Otis and Zelina proud.
By illness weakened, by wounds unmade, by age decayed. Such fragile flesh is worthless to us. how mankind should evolve, shall evolve, I have already arrived at the answer. The time is come to pose a new question.
Okay. That completes the 7.2 story. If I knew how long they would take, or they're gonna take, I should say. There's 4 quests, but they're not necessarily going to be long. I'd be surprised if they take me more than a couple of hours. Okay, I want to get them done and out the way. We're technically 12 minutes from the end of stream, which is when I usually normally get another cup of tea anyway. So, I think the plan will be... I'll go get myself a fresh cup of tea, and we will do the additional Dawntrail role quests, however long that takes. So we can get them done and out the way. And then tomorrow we can come back and do cruise weight tier for Arcadia. Let me just check. 715, yeah, for the entire tier. Okay, so we have the item level for it. Cosmic exploration. Lifestyle content. I think that's just crafter and gatherer stuff. I might touch that later. For now, I'm not going to worry about it. Yeah, I think I want to start the Occult Crescent tomorrow as well. See how far we can get in that so that we can start progressing our relic weapon. And we'll see how all that goes. So yeah, I'll take a break now. I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. Get myself a fresh cup of tea. We'll come back and then we will do the additional role quests. Get them done and out the way. So that'll be the plan. So I'll see you in a bit. Okay, we're back. Just quickly doing something on Galactic Tycoon. Send you back to the station. Should probably send you over to there. They can stay where they are. Right. We want to be back in Tudiola. Picking up the torch is the one. I wonder how my this is going. The one done. I rushed through getting the last week's done this morning. Okay, that I can spam if I want to. Don't know about that one. This one I know I can spam. Mount Ordeal Extreme. Don't remember that one. Recollection. Oh, is that Vana'diel. This one I know I can solo. So if I need to at the end, I can just run that. Picking up the torch. This is the one. Reemusion has new tidings about an old adversary. Nathan, good to see you again. I was hoping you would pay us a visit. The Landsguard received word from various nations you visited in your search for the treasure and requested that we inform you of our latest tidings. They also sent their earnest gratitude for your efforts. It seems each of the 5 criminals have been brought into custody, although some have had to be tracked down after you trounced them. They now await judgment of the government for the governments they've wronged. Though all was well until I overheard some customers saying the Passage of the Unbound had new leaders. The shop was so busy I couldn't find the chance to speak with them before they left, but I felt compelled to report what I heard to the Landsguard. It was a sobering reminder that as long as their leader, Apaya, is free, she can rebuild and scheme again. You must have learned about the organization's working during your search. Do you remember anything that might help us find out what she was up to? It's been too long ago, I don't remember. Each of her leaders was carefully selected from different regions. Vita orchestrated everything for some greater purpose. Their funds were coming from Vana'diel. Honestly, it was all haze. Technically true. I'm going to assume that these are correct, and this is obviously the most pertinent one. Were they now? The Landsguard dug up some information that might be related. One of those apprehended said the Passage of the Unbound received their funding from a shady mercantile outfit located in Ludar. If Apaya still has monetary means, it wouldn't take much to recruit new leaders or new schemes. Evil deeds come all too cheap. I have an idea. Papaya really is recruiting new members. We could feign interest in her cause to get close to her. You might be onto something. We even know a man she's never had the pleasure of meeting. Nathan. You really think she's never heard of me? I know we're asking a lot from you, but any information you can extract from Malpaya and her new cohort could prevent further incidents. What do you say? Desperate times, I suppose. We are very grateful. A small warning, however. We know 5 treasures were stolen, but there could be more. Whatever you do, don't treat Apaya lightly. I suggest finding out what power she has at her disposal and where her goals are before making your move. Which reminds me, those you aided are most eager to see Apaya apprehended. We'll tell them that you're hot on her tail. For now, why don't you travel to Udar and ask around? Perhaps our quarry has already tried to recruit the disillusioned into her ranks. How she can have never have heard of us would be amazing. Particularly if she's in Udar. Thanalan. Udar. Where in Udar? Not down here. Steps of Val. Weaver's Guild. Actually, no, we can go straight to Sapphire Avenue Exchange. A villain who wishes to topple the nations of the world. I'm afraid I haven't heard of such a group, but there's no shortage of complaints about the Sultanate. Most common are gripes about market fees. I hear the merchants to hear the merchants tell it, every one of them is a single bad bargain away from an empty coin purse. Can't say I'd go so far as treason, though. I don't know the name Afhaya, but I do know some strange men. Each day he stands aloof, staring at passers-by with these dead eyes. Last I saw him, he was near the market board. Oh, it makes my stomach churn. Just imagine he might still be there. That dude? Shifty-eyed blokes. More shiftier than usual, you mean? Well, just so happens a strange man tried to strike up a conversation with me not too long ago. Said he liked how eager I gave those bastards in the Bass Bay a piece of my mind. He invited me to gather people who sought true freedom, as he put it. I didn't like the smell of it, hence you find me here. It seems the suspicious man has been recruiting disgruntled citizens for an unknown purpose. Perhaps you can get his attention by showing how angry you are near the market boards. How about I show how angry I am to the market board? Angry. Oh, I need to do that here. Why here specifically and not at the market boards? New? Show everyone in the marketplace how angry you are. Do I need to not be targeting the market boards? There we go. You there. Mind letting me bend you here? I sense in you a kindred spirit, one who is tired of being trampled on by the high and mighty. I think there's a place for you in our organization. The Passage of the Unbound. You might have heard of the mysterious artifacts being used to incite unrest across the world. That was our doing. The oppression finally striking, or the oppressed finally striking back at the oppressors to win back the freedom they took from us. But we mean to aim even higher, and for that we need good men and women to lead us. Men like you. Down with the oppressors. I like your gusto. Mayhaps you have what it takes. Mayhaps you don't. Either way, you'll have to pass the audition first. If you want a seat at the table, you'll prove you're worth our while. One of our own is standing by the by at the Golden Court. Show him this handbill, and he'll lead you to where you need to go. Okay. Where is that? Is that upstairs? Or no, it is down here. Jump into the Weavers Guild will save a little bit of time. What do you want? A handbill written in a simple font which reads, "Are you frustrated with your lot in life? Tired of feeling the boot even on your neck? Then join us and win back your freedom. We invite all seasoned villains and fledgling reprobates to attend our audition." So you wish to lead others upon the passage, eh? You're welcome to try. But, fair warning, this might be the hardest trial you've ever had to endure. Are your loins properly girded? That enthusiasm will take you far. Now then, follow me. The audition will be held in this room. Even those with the blackest hearts have balked at what we have put our potential leaders through. So I'll be listening to your progress with the greatest interest. I have the feeling this is not just a fight. Enter. Can you hear it? The cry of a child too young to know fear. Can you see it? The blackbird in flight, its wings straining the azure sky. Straining the azure sky. Can you feel it? The shape of the world as it should be, molded by hands free of fetters. The passage to a new morrow lies before you, the passage of the unbound. Ahem. And with that, let us begin the audition of our newfound leaders. Of our new round of leaders. May the selection committee please take their seats. You look disappointed, somehow. I understand. You expected to meet our founder. My apologies, but you need to prove yourself you are granted such an audience. Now, tell us your name. Refuse to answer. Well done. The passage of the Unbowed works in the shadow, and our true names must remain hidden until their revelation can have the most dramatic impact. On to the next question. Why do you wish to join us? I want to impress your previous leader. I was impressed by your previous leaders. My friend joined it up, so I thought, why not? I was impressed by your previous leaders. Spoken like someone whose only ambition is to serve. We require hearts bold enough to make our organization in their own image. Enough about your ambitions. What can you do? Take on anyone, anything, or anything in a fight. No one can craft and gather like me. I'm a devil at Doman Mojon. I've never played it. Technically, both of these are correct, but I can take on anyone or anything in a fight. Anyone can fight. You know that we're trying to topple nations here, don't you? We don't need someone with muscle. We need someone who can grasp the finer reins of leadership and lead us to victory. That's enough questions for now, methinks. Let's see if this one has the guts to stand against an entire nation. This traitorous cur sold us out to our enemies. Chop off his head, will you? Oh, what's wrong? Having second thoughts? Take the weapon in hand. Oh my, look at those eyes. A killer's eyes. Well, I'm convinced you can put that down now. That was all a ruse, you see. You played the traitor most convincingly, my boy, and now you may leave. Let's see. Ah, yes, your final task. Strike a pose that captures your essence. Go. Capture your beauty. Capture your strength. Do a little dance. Beauty. We'll go with beauty. We have plenty of dances that we could use. If I had the option, I would use the one we got from the Alliance quest that had the word Moglins comes to mind. Moogles, that's the one I'm looking for. The Moogles from Heaven's Ward, the Heaven's Ward one. But let's capture our beauty, because they sound like people who would appreciate a good pose. Oh my, such confidence, such grace. They're quite literally emanating from you. I wonder if you can fail this in any way, shape or form. I believe we've ready to make our decision. You truly are a singular among the applicants. We can confidently say you've passed the first audition. First audition. The ever hard-boiled Chatipula nearly cracked under the pressure of our inquiry, but you remained composed throughout. Congratulations on your impressive feats. Our agents await without to guide you on your next step. Gluttonous judge. Quite the selection of candidates this time. Burp. If you feel you've pulled the wool over our eyes, good. And that just shows you've a capacity for villainy. Be proud of it. I can see in your eyes that you've been through more than I can imagine. Hold on to that, your anger, and use it to bring the tyrannical rulers down to earth. Once you leave the Hall of the Unbound, you will be unable to return. We have already spoken to them all. You thought we'd welcome you into the Forward after a single audition? I'll have you know our standards are higher than that. By the way, if you had failed back there, I'd be guiding you to the combat training right now. Can never have too much fodder for the cause, after all. Not many have been where you're going. But don't celebrate just yet. The hardest part is still to come. These aren't level sync quests. They do require me to be level 100. The Unbound agent is ready to share your next destination. You must endure one final test, and seeing how important it is, our founder will be conducting it herself. She was here moments ago, but something compelled her to leave for the Segoli Desert. Always has she followed the slightest whims. Show some initiative and find her among the massive dunes. Don't be intimidated. If you're truly meant to lead us, fate arranged this meeting long ago. Okay. Stop. Shake. Spin. Now come. Good boy. Good boy. It worked as well as I remembered. No beast is too great for the artifact's influence. What are you doing here? Do you fancy a stroll among the nondescript sand dunes? Or is this not a chance encounter? Is that so? My underlings see potential in you. Ah. Well then, let us proceed straight to introductions. Remember my name? The Architect of the Passage? Apaya. If you wish to be one of the chosen leaders, there is but one requirement. Boundless charisma. Extraordinary strength and unparalleled intellect mean nothing if you lack charm. No one will follow a boar. Yet, when spoken with the right tenor, even wicked words can resonate with the small folk and rouse them to action. They'll gladly throw themselves into the thick of battle for a cause they believe in. Our cause. I did well in forming my first cadre of leaders. Their absolute devotion to indulging their own desires moved even me to tears. For all their faults, I still wholeheartedly believe they were worth the wielding of the artifacts. Makes me believe the same about you. I'll gladly take you under my wing. Well, now's your chance to impress me. Tell me, what do you wish to gain by overthrowing the nations of the world? Power, fame, wealth, mystery. Listen well, many dreams have died in silence. If you wish to see their desires realized, you must be bold in expressing them. As for me, I only want one thing. Freedom. My village prospered amid nature unrestrained. While those in it were bound by the rules of society, our roles were determined at birth. Some would hunt, some would weave, but none were allowed to follow their hearts. Obedience meant a life without hardship, yes, but I couldn't suffer. The tasks I was burdened with. So in defiance of those shifting customs, I went into the forest to hunt, and returned to my village with prey mightier than any that had been caught before. For this, I was rewarded with exile. Yet my banishment was a blessing in disguise, for it helped me realize I could survive, I could thrive unbound by rules. I also understood that many like-minded souls yet suffered under the subjugation of state. I resolved to become an example they could follow, to build the passage that would guide them to freedom. But enough about myself. There's something I wish to see. Follow me, but best be wary of the beasts that infest these sands. As I said, beasts around these parts. I could kill them myself, but this presents an opportunity. Let us commence the practice exam. Defeat these creatures by whatever means at your disposal. My 10GG isn't finished. We just can't see the thing underneath it. That was a fine show of strength. Fine enough to impress the meek into following you, I dare say. Very good. Now follow me. We're not far now. Here we are. I've heard the stars are breathtaking from this vantage. In Udar, they would charge you for a view of the sky in a place like this, if there weren't enough hands grasping at our coin purses. Let us wait a while and see if the stories are true. Aye, it is every bit as beautiful as they say. It was a worthwhile trek, wouldn't you agree? The light from those stars travelled all the way from the edge of the firmaments, obscured by nothing on its journey. Free. I believe people have the same capacity. Each of us a star unto ourselves. The light of our lives illuminated by the furthest reaches of the heavens. Ah, yes. You passed, by the way. I knew I wanted you with me soon after our first meeting. Friends and allies gravitate towards you, don't they? I can tell. And so, to honour your introduction into my inner circle, I shall award you with an artifact of power unequalled. Is what I would like to say. Unfortunately, my stock of magical objects has been much depleted as of late. Are you truly so crestfallen? I suppose I cannot fault you for staying true to your ambitions. The artifact wielded by the previous cadre were prolonged from across the continent of Tural, where they were enshrined as objects of great power. Alas, we had greater need of them. Mine, however, came into my possession long before that. After I was exiled, I travelled the world to seek a place that was truly free. Disillusioned by every nation I set foot in, I eventually crossed the ocean to Tural. In the remote outskirts of Zektural, I came across the ancient and forgotten ruins, and within, I encountered the spirit of a Yoku, who called himself the Wise One. I asked the Wise One where I might find freedom. He told me this story. When I yet lived, my people ventured into Zektural, but before we could settle here, a horrible sickness struck, and one by one, many lost their lives. I sought a way to conquer this affliction, crafting an artifact that could harness the power of mighty beasts. Thus was the first treasure created. Alas, I was too late to save my brethren, yet I knew I could save others from our fate. So I travelled across the land, bestowing the treasures upon the struggling tribes. I wish to create a place where people bereft of a home can live as they wish. Such treasures could help me realize this dream. Your conviction is plain to see, that is true. 5 treasures I have bequeathed, but there is one which remains sealed away. Its power is far too dangerous. By conventional means, I can wield it responsibly. I beg you, bestow the treasure upon me. My words must have swayed him, because the spirit's final act was to honor me with the relic before disappearing. I will use the power entrusted to me to shatter the rules that stifle us. This is why I created the Passage of the Unbound. And now you are one of its leaders. Stand by my side, and together we shall release the people of this world from their chains. I did not initially intend to spend so much time here in these wastes. Do ensure you master that pose I showed you. Although I've only recently invented it, I expect every member to be capable of striking it at a moment's notice. And with that, I cordially welcome you into the Passage of the Unbound. Pose of the Unbound. I best put that on my hotbar temporarily. You have learned the emote Pose of the Unbound. Character. Social then. Emotes. Ah yes, here we go. We have the Vana'diel Mambo, we have the Moonlift Dance, the Lally Hop, and the Lop Hop. Let's replace the Lop Hop. I am pushing buttons to clear markers saying that I have new emotes. There's the one I'm looking for. I have eat egg. We have absolutely done the Moogle dance. Why are some of these not showing as being used before? Vana'diel Mambo is on my hotbar. I have to literally click it in here for it to actually count as not being a new emote. Where did I get these? I didn't think I had these ones. There we go. You can sense a plot forming behind Apaya's mischievous eyes. Now the night sky has energized us, it's time to take action. Our goal is no less than to see every nation of this world crumble, yet we must start somewhere. I was struck by how much had changed during my most recent visit to Tural, when I gathered the first group of my chosen leaders. At the time I encountered the Wise One, no ruler had united the continent under one banner. Uncertainty was in the air, but it was the scent of freedom, so was the scent of freedom. I have never seen a place quite like it. So much did it intrigue me, in fact, that I adopted a Shatona myself, a Shatona name for myself. Yet now that same freedom that I found so appealing is bound by the restricted state or the restrictions of state, and each day that passes, those binds grow tighter. That's why our first course of action shall be to return to Tural, to what it once was, to liberate it from the tyranny of the Turalia. While my previous leaders were avatars of self-indulgence, they never quite grasped the concept of overthrowing a nation. It forced us to set a precedent for future leaders to follow. Go to Tural and get a lay of the land. Venture to Hatsuai and Shaloni, and rendezvous with my enforcers at the local tavern. You may await further orders there. After no scheme has been laid bare, you should bring this information to Rai Mijun in Turiali. Should be done sometime after 9 o'clock then. It's probably 9:30, I imagine. Ethan, you are returned. Were you able to track down Apaya? Apaya? I'll keep going Apaya. I see. Her methods for testing the mettle of her would-be leaders are as unique as the candidates themselves. Yet learning that her next target is Turioli, only to make this sinking feeling in my stomach worse. This revelation doesn't come as a complete surprise, you see. We've heard whispers of a plot against the city, and have been aiding the Landsguard with investigating leads. While you were aboard, some familiar faces showed up to lend a hand. Oh, speak of the Vana'diel. That's not how that's pronounced. Vana'diel. When Brooke Eve sent word that you meant to pursue Alpaya, we were eager to join the hunt. Yet, right as we were arranging a ship to cross the ocean, we spied a suspicious group disembarking at the port, and decided we might be better aid your tracking, aid you by tracking their movements. They claimed to be looking for work and obtained permission to travel to Shaloni. Upon arriving, they went to work of different sorts, asking anyone they could find about Turali and the inner workings of its government and defences. When not bothering the people of Shaloni, they loafed about in the master of the tavern there said the group spent long hours talking to other patrons, rarely ordering a thing, and going on about some plan. Clearly, they are the enforcers Alpaya mentioned. We need to find out what they're planning and how Alpaya's treasures fits into the picture. Then we can figure out how to stop them. Let's split up. If these enforcers are as talkative as they seem, I'm sure they won't be hard to eavesdrop. Let me help too. I have an idea that might make things easier. But it requires Nathan to aid us. I hope you can oblige. Then it's settled. Lonshakana, Tepeki, and I will work undercover, to uncover the nature of Apaya's treasure. These link pearls should make it easier to communicate. I bought them from a foreign sailor. I knew they'll come in handy sooner or later. Alright, once we've discovered something, I will meet you at the Etherite Plaza in... Now then, follow me and I'll tell you about this idea of mine. What clever plan does she have in store? I have something that will make our job a lot easier. The Dreamweave cocoon. The village elder understood how much it meant. To me to bring the Unbound to justice for their crimes, and entrusted me to do so once and for all. You've met this Arpaia in the flesh, yes? That means you can use the cocoon to imitate her. It can do that? Why? I was ready to use stealth and deception, but this will make getting information we need much easier. My thinking exactly. But it'll all be for nothing if Arpaia reaches them before we do. Let's make our way to at once. I may have given up trying to pronounce or remember the pronunciation of that jumble of letters. I have no idea where the syllables break down in that thing. I think I had a similar problem in my original playthrough. What I don't remember is if I actually ever remembered how to do it, or how to pronounce it. Hey, upstairs. There must be... Is there an upstairs? There is an upstairs. You probably don't even need the treasure to fool Arpaia's underlings. I've seen firsthand how skilled you are at the art of disguise. I don't think I could get away with her outfit. With my build and size. I took a peek inside and saw a few rough-looking types who didn't sound Turali, gathered around one of the tables. Doubtless they're our targets. There's no one fitting Arpaia's description, so she probably hasn't arrived yet. This is our chance. We can hear everything from out here, so we'll keep watch in case Arpaia makes an appearance. If she does, we'll call you on Nick Pearl. Alright, Nathan, take the Dreamweave cocoon in hand, and in your mind's eye, envision that wicked woman. We already know how this works. Oh, boss! Wait, you told us not to trust anyone, even yourself. If you are who I think you are, then do the pose. We've all got sore arms from practicing it too much. No one but you could strike a pose half as inspiring. We've been waiting, boss. Now you're here, that means it's time to mobilize, right? Have you done what I asked? I think we have it memorized. Still, it couldn't hurt to review what you told us. We launch our attack from the gates of Turali. Civilian barrels will blow it to bits in a fantastic explosion. And Ellerite's concoction will give us the strength to crush the Landsguards like ants. A simple plan for simple villains, don't you think? Keep pressing them for information. And how will my artifact aid you? What will you be having? Your finest libations to lift our spirits. Excuse me, we're in the middle of it. Stay in character. What? You're actually ordering something? You told us the three don't have to spend coin, just sit at the table. Nathan, we see the real Apaya approaching. We'll have to buy time. Keep the henchmen talking. You there. Excuse me. I wouldn't go in here. The drinks are more water than spirit. Is that so? Well, good thing I'm not thirsty. No, the food. The food is, there's no food either. And I sold every last dish. What? And they have the gall to remain open? Greed runs amok, indeed. Luckily, I wasn't planning to order anything. I'd rather die than become a paying customer. Have you no shame? There was something else. Didn't think there was. You were supposed to shore up our numbers, right? You said the artifact of yours would give us an army. Well, did it? Nathan, get out of there. She's coming in. Oh, you're already here. You move quickly. Well, that means we can get started all the sooner. Once Turiali succumbs to our wrath, together we shall celebrate the return of true liberty to Tural. Now, to see your preparation, or see to your preparations and join us upstairs. We strike when I give the order. She's even more devious than I imagined. I can scarcely wait to see her in shackles. But I know how a hasty misstep can lead to ruin. That was close. I don't know what would have happened if you were found out. We couldn't hear what you were saying while we were trying to distract Apaya. Did you get anything we can use? That's great. Tonowa and the others have just arrived themselves. Let's go meet them. I keep forgetting that the quest marker's the quest marker's marking position is the center of the marker. I kind of want it to be here, at the end of the marker. Let's join the scrum. The cocoon's safe with me. I wonder how their search went. I heard you transformed into Arpaia herself. The very powers of the treasures never cease to amaze. While we were somewhere unfamiliar with the world outside Zak'Turel, we were able to gather some information which should be of use. Tentuawa. I heard you ran into Arpaia at the tavern. Tell us everything that happened. I see. Our plan is to strike at Turiali from the Shaloni side. Then we can focus our defences there. You said her minions spoke of an army being summoned by her treasure. That matches with the story we heard. I was told by one of the Vipers. We hoped their experience... Fireworks? The devil, people say not fireworks. It's rained, so at least it's not going to start a fucking fire, but still. We hope their experience is in tracking dangerous beasts and such, as keeping such as the Tral Vidral is the very source of the treasure's power, might prove provide an insight into the capability of hers. Apparently they received reports that creatures across Tral were falling under the thrall of a Shatona woman. Even the most feral of beasts obeyed her like a docile lamb. The treasure must give her that power. Well, we now know what our enemy is capable of. I've heard that some animals hunt by hypnotizing their prey with sound. Sound, smell, or even magical energy. Perhaps the Tral Vidral, whose essence lies in her treasure, was one of those, but it's difficult to say which. Even so, we know Arpaia's plan and the threat we face. We are prepared for whatever she might throw at us. We'll cut off her advance at Zugor the Boundless. It'll take everything we have to drive her back, but we fight as one. Neither her nor her beasts will take a single step into Turiala. I'll stay here for a while and keep an eye on things. If Arpaia makes a move, I'll contact you at once. You can tell Ruel Majun what we have learned. Fundamentalist. She's bringing an army of beasts to our doors, so there's little time to prepare. Or there's so little time to prepare. And if the treasure can bend ferocious beasts to its will, we must consider the possibility it can be used on people too. I'll bring this information to the Landsguard at once, that they may begin to ready the city's defences. I know neither you nor they will let a single citizen come to harm. This is it, Nathan. When look, Arpaia and her cronies will soon be languishing in a cell. Rial Majin has a nervous look in her eyes. You said Tentuala was keeping watch in right? I suppose no news is good news. Arpaia and her minions are prepared to depart. It's time. Everyone, we make our stand before the gates of Tural. Or Turalia. And here I was hoping that Opaya would turn herself in. Well, I suppose she'll just have to be brought in by force. She might have the treasure, but she doesn't have our allies, and she certainly doesn't have you. Today we stop the Unbound, and tomorrow we will welcome a new dawn for Interalia, free of their shadow. I assume I need to be just outside the gate, in which case I may as well take the shard. Which gate is this? It has a name. Skygate. Duty awaits. My bow will aim true, I promise. If our guess about the treasure's power is correct, this will not be an easy fight. I saw the Unbound leave there. They should be here any moment. I can't fight, but I have medicine at the ready. I'll help her if I can. Although the circumstances that brought us here were less than fortunate, I'm confident in the end. They will be stronger for them. We won't allow the passage of the Unbound to wreak havoc on Turalia. Today, Opaya and her ilk will answer for their crimes. As you progress with Arsenal, certain points, save, etc. They're here. We knew you were coming. Opaya, you and your gang of thuns won't be going any further. So, you've chosen to join the other sheep, have you? How disappointing. They offered you so much more than a life of a lapdog. I never intended to fight by your side. Of course you would say that. You are Eorzea's savior, after all. I knew it from the moment I saw you, and I suppose now you're asking yourselves why I was so forthcoming with my plans. I wanted you to see what we fight for, to realize the beauty of true freedom, and devote yourself to the pursuit of it as our ally. Alas. Your allies only follow you because the treasure has them in its thrall. No one would willingly follow such a reckless leader. Interesting. You think I have the power to command others against their will? Well, don't you? Oh, you are far more foolish than I believed. I would never rob anyone of their freedom. She's gone? Not gone, yeah. Look, Beast approached from Terraria's others from there. Look, Beast approached from the Terrarian side. But how? We committed too heavily to this side, and now she's striking at our blind spot. We must open the gate. A path to a new tomorrow lies ever before us. We need only be brave enough to walk it. Leave this lot to us. You tend to the others. She left it behind! How dare she leave behind her minion? It's unthinkable! Right, you're up. Over here, Nathan. I have to take care of this beast before they approach you. Over here, Nathan. Come on, come with me. Oh, they're a lot weaker than I was giving them credit for. I forgot they made that change to Tenchi's Inn. I don't need to move anymore. Or I don't need to stand still anymore. As I feared, my creatures cannot live up to a real thing. How about this? No, I think not. Attacking from above. Yes. Leave the skies to me. The rest of you focus on the big one. Frenzy. You saved my hide. Now, they're limit breaking. Tenacious you lot, aren't you? Well, I suppose I wouldn't want you to fall too quickly. There's so many, but we will persevere. I did this in the wrong order. Bollocks. That's fine. You're gonna have to be quicker than that. My burst is insane. They're all dead before they got their attack on. They are replacing them though. No, my poor pitiful pets. I cannot rely on numbers alone. You keep them distracted, my darlings. We'll be fine, go after her. Something a little different this time. Behold the fruits of my travels across Terraria. Thanks for the help. Now catch a packer. A packer? Don't think you've won yet. You're strong, to be sure, but so is this. Send your worst, I won't lose. Don't hold back. My medicine will keep you upright. Swipe is the circle. Limits are just more rules to be broken. That doesn't look good. Don't worry, get behind me and you'll be safe. Barely a scratch. You survived that? Thank you for keeping us safe. I've almost got him. Ah, even bugs squirm before they die. Time to finish this thing. Ooh, you've given us extra power. I like having extra power. Let's actually get this right this time. And dead. I admit, I have underestimated you lot. And while defeating you would be quite the feather in my cap, the gates of Toral are an easier target. Kirsten's making a run for it. Follow her, Nathan. It's okay, I have all my shakuchis ready. Anything that would obstruct the free world I aim to create will be destroyed, is what she said before I got too close. Must you insist on being a thorn in my side? Yes, I must. Very well, then I shall plant the banner of evil upon the corpse of Eorzean's hero, and the meek shall flock to me. Make my fervent desires manifest. Grant me the power to seize undying freedom. We're gonna fight this thing. Nope, we're gonna fight the three of them. My contender. Or my contender. Okay, here we go. order of operations. Impressive, I expected no less from you, but this farce ends here. Now smash him to a pulp. I don't think so. You'll find comfort in fellowship. At least this will save me the trouble of killing you all. This is your moment, my pointy pugilist. Yeah, it's getting even stronger. How can you stand before the treasure's might? What are you? Such power. Power that would have been welcome within our comfort of Earth. Too quick. Let's take it out first and then we'll deal with her. Don't falter, my spiky soldier. Order of operations mess up. You scurry about like rats, pulverize them with my barber or something or other. Is it poison? Stay away from it. Right a second, it's okay. No, even my spiny savior has fallen. She's gonna die before. I did not press 3 buttons. Strong disagree. Yeah, we wouldn't have got a full burst off on her. Yeah, I'm not finished yet. I can replace my ranks. Seems I must admit defeat. Yet, know this. I do not believe the ideals for which I fought were misguided. Think back upon the leaders who came before you. Those 5 self-serving souls who dared to live as they pleased. each one the perfect image of liberty, yet ultimate perfection cannot be achieved without ultimate power. That is why we fought, why we became villains, to tear down the world's nations and to stifle rules so that the voiceless may speak again. What made you feel this way? Nathan has told you already, surely. Yet the exile that emboldened my hatred... Yet the exile that emboldened my hatred of meaningless restrictions also led to my awakening. I couldn't have known true freedom without it. And as I travelled the world, I noticed the same thing everywhere I went. That the many were bound by the few. In Gridania, citizens are discouraged from joining hands with their neighbours. In Udar, merchants craft laws to exert their control over others. Even in Minsa, once lawless pirates were made to bow to the state. Need I say more? The countless guardians who were tricked into sacrificing themselves with the church fanned the flames of war. The people of the East, whose entire lives were determined by outdated customs, and more. I had to go west to find what I sought, here in Terrell, to live a life unbound. Or so I thought. After a terrible tragedy, I was forced to find a new home once again. Terrible? What happened? I can scarcely say it. I was asked to pay for my lodgings. Pay? You mean you hadn't been paying all along? Why should I have to trade coin for a roof over my head? In my village, charging for something so essential was unthinkable. As long as one followed the rules, that is. You explicitly just said you didn't like the rules. You left because you didn't want the rules. For the first time since my exile, I questioned my path. A nigh convinced myself that taking care of my drunken sisters night after night wasn't so bad after all. But where did you live again? No, that doesn't matter. Surely if you can accept trading labour for housing, you can understand the reason for trading coin for it. No, money's just another rule they use to control us. A rule that I won't accept. I was forced to live in the streets. In a tent I plotted. The rebellion would start with me, and the end with the authorities of every nation in tatters. Yet one day, after long hours of sowing discontent, I returned to find my tent gone. In its place stood a sign that read, "No vagrancy," or "No vagrancy." The last thing you owned was gone in an instant. That can't have been easy. I can understand your perspective, Abhaya. But a world where everyone did what they pleased would soon fall into chaos. Laws are the only thing which keep us from that. And I know firsthand what it's like to be bound by old rules. Rules whose purpose are for something baffling. But you don't have to follow them blindly. If you're dissatisfied, you can work to change them. What you speak of, Abhaya, is not freedom, it's self-indulgence. So you're saying, if I change the law, I can do whatever I please? Not a word got through to her. Talking anymore would just be a waste of breath. Time to put her in chains. This is all you're doing, isn't it? It's time you joined the rest of your minions. I won't resist, but this isn't over. Those who share my vision will hear of this injustice, and they will carry on my legacy. The passage of the Unbound shall remain open forevermore. I knew anyone who admired Elretti would have twisted morals, but even so, I'm shocked by the depth of our Pyre's depravity. Finally, the Unbound are in chains. Do you think Itoka will be proud of us, of me? Judging by how her force was mostly comprised of wild beasts, I take it that our Pyre couldn't send many of her henchmen to Tural. Perhaps Vana'diel's resources have run dry. Freedom that harms others is no freedom at all. Living in society has its challenges, but allows us to support each other as a group. Your bravery was inspiring, everyone. Our Pyre is in custody, and the Landsguard and her treasure is destroyed. Or, custody of the Landsguard and her treasure is destroyed. Put the comma in the right place. Without the leader and the secret weapon, the Unbound may well and truly be finished. We should return to Zabalya's Taya and let Rin Majun know about our victory here. It's probably still faster to teleport, because I don't know how near the thing is. I heard all about your little battle with the passage of the Unbound. Leave it to you not only to capture their leader, but also do so without anyone in Turalia coming to harm. By the way, mages from the Wing of Protection inspected the remains of the beasts you fought. Their discoveries were surprising, to say the least. They weren't actually individual organisms, you see. But a collection of miniature fungi that had been taken form into familiar creatures. The mages conclude that the Tural de Vana'diel, sealed within the treasure, was likely a fungus itself. This explains the sightings of our Pyre travelling with beasts of all sorts at her beck and call. She built an army by finding the fiercest creatures she could, and recreating them with the power of treasure. But you stood against that army without a shade of fear in your eye. As a token of gratitude, you're all welcome to tacos in the house whenever you're in town. Speaking of which, I heard Tentuana and the others will soon be returning to their respective villages. Goodbyes are always bittersweet, but I'm sure they'd love to speak with you one last time. I want to spend some time in Turiola's markets before I return home. I've been thinking of a spare pair of spectacles might be a prudent purchase. Every time I come to Ibalia Taya, I'm amazed by all the different kinds of people gathered around its tables. I wish there was a place like this in my village. It seems my parents fell in love with the tacos here, while they awaited my return from Fabnir. I'm sure they'll be happy if I brought some home with me. This short time together with you has reminded me of Wisuma and Zurgi. I wonder how they fare. Perhaps I'll write them a letter and find out. I neglected to mention this earlier, but I was able to convince everyone back home to stop the lion in the cradle. My sleepless days are over, but I've been busier busier than ever. I looked to Ishgal's knights, or the Ishgal's. Why can't I pronounce that? I looked to Ishgal's knights for inspiration on how to build solidarity among the villagers. We train together and take turns on watch, among other things. God damn it! It's too late. It's too late in the day. My tongue is gone. I can't get it around any of these words. No longer needs to spend her days abed, and sometimes joins us in our drills. I admit this new life wouldn't be the same without her. A new life for which we both owe you thanks, Nathan. We'll keep striving to follow the example you set for us. My people have accepted the fact that we cannot always rely upon the heartstring, and even now, to build our nation's resilience to various toxins. It took some time to figure out the right amount to use, and I admit there were some close calls, but luckily, the heartstring was at our disposal. Yet, I believe our strength lies in our ability to conquer hardship. I hope one day we can trust in our own abilities. That being said, it's been some time since I had a meal that wasn't laced with poison. I forgot how delicious food could be. The others will be glad to hear how the key to the Dreamweaver's cocoon, or how key the Dreamweaver's cocoon was to our success. And though it seems Alpaya recognized you from the moment you met, it didn't make a difference, did it? It just reaffirms for me that you've more than earned your renown as hero. I still aspire to be a hunter worthy of Iltolka's legacy, and I know it will take a lot of time and a lot of hard work. For now, I'll focus on keeping my village safe, but I won't stop there. Keep your ears to the ground, Nathan, for someday you might hear tales of Kiyu, a true hunter. Everyone was so brave. I always had my heart was. Let's try it. Everyone was so brave. My heart always starts pounding when the fighting begins, but I didn't need to worry. Since I'm here in Turioli, I'll visit the market before returning to my village. Oh, I almost forgot. Kajulja sent me a letter. He said the authorities have taken his circumstances into account and decided to be merciful. He'll be released soon, just as promised. My village will be the first place he visits. Everyone's looking forward to greeting him with open arms. If Kaluja agrees to be our protector, then we can come to Turioli more often. To think the origins of the treasure lie with a Yakun, even with such dominating strength as they possessed, they sought still more when their very survival was at stake. My people were afraid of the Apex, so they sealed it away within our treasure. But over time, the treasure has become feared as the beast within. Thus, we never considered using it as a tool to aid us. I've been training hard, and I hope that someday I can help my people view the treasure from a new perspective. It might take a while, but we'll get there. I'm already stronger than last time we met, right? You don't have to answer, but trust me when I tell you, we won't take the easy road like Vana'diel. Every bit of progress we'll earn through hard work. On that note, as much as I'd like to stay, I suppose we all have homes waiting for us. Let's say our farewells to Brook Eve and Ryumajun. I'm glad you got to catch up with everyone. Shall we bring the party to a close then? Be well, everyone. I'll bring Lonzuiniki next time. I wanted to meet the people who helped us. Stop by my village if you're ever in the region. I'll treat you to a freshly hunted boar. Everyone get home safely. We'll meet again soon. I hope I was able to pay back the debt I owe you, if only a little. If you ever need my help again, just let you know how to reach me. It was a long, trying road, but the treasures are finally back in their rightful place. And the passage of the Unbound will no longer lead their meager numbers. With no one to lead their meager numbers, will fade into obscurity. I'm sure we'll hear no more of them again, except from the people who just sat at the table next to us. Here's to peace in Terralia. Psh, rules. Basic societal concerns. Who needs them? Those pathetic bastards don't even see the yokes around their neck. Did you see how noble Paya fought? As long as I can remember that sight, I'll never turn away from the path she showed us. It's up to us to continue what she started. We don't need those artifacts to bring down nations. We'll find a whole new kind of weapon. The passage of the Unbound shall remain ever open, and we'll be there to guide it others upon it. There's more of you? Criminals, over here! By the gods, run! We can't be caught here! Alrighty then. A passage rebound. Let us use this. Okay, we'll call it there for today. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. We're back again tomorrow from 2 PM BST onwards. We'll need to do the next phase of the Beast Tribe. Allied Society quests first. Because we'll have them, I'll basically go and be doing those quests or the dailies today, and that will give me enough points to unlock the next part of the story beats for those. So we'll start with those, then we'll do cruise weight, and then we will look at the occultic crescent. That will be the plan for tomorrow. So, thanks again for watching, hope you enjoyed the show, and hopefully we will see you next time. Cheerio.